You know what? I'm not sure who's spinning right now, but I know we got another DJ going on in like 10 minutes or something. And hey, people, do the guy a favor, would you? Try not to bump his tables. Last time we did this, someone stole the DJ's needles too. So come on, show the dude some respect today.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
So, let me make an announcement here. So, we try to run safe events. It's taken us a long time to get permission to be here, and they're still looking for an excuse to shut us down. So, try not to give them one, okay? Don't go getting all crazy nutballs in the parking lot either. Last event, some dude got locked up in the clink. I don't know, is he still in there? I don't know. Regardless, keep it on track, people. Thanks, guys.
suck me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control.
Oh, hey, safety announcement. Doo-doo-doo. For the people right there in front, get out of the way. If you could, please make room for the tow truck down there. Our next race wouldn't get started until the mess on the track is totally taken care of. They gotta get through, so make a little room, alright? Thanks a lot.
clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. No, got a feeling, shiver in my bones. Something's coming, but nobody knows. Angels rage, they come down from the sky to fix these broken wings and show me how to fly.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Brazil. We are here with the ESTA Esports Drift Association round number 2 here at Mega Space, and Mega it is. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Keenan Kuz, and joined in the booth today by Strix Pulsatrix and Cisco Scarmuzza in the background, as always, doing our production. Welcome, everybody. This round's going to be interesting. Last round, we were at something a little bit more traditional that our American fans are used to. In Long Beach, totally new location for ESTA this round. Totally new location that I've never even heard of Megaspace before. This just goes on me not knowing anything about Brazilian drifting. But this track is long, it is fast, and it is very, very, very tricky, Strix.
100%. I've had a chance to look at the track map, and it is a very interesting course indeed. It almost feels like it's something you would expect almost in Japan with the switchbacks going down the hill kind of thing, but there's a lot of very sweeping turns. I think I saw there's like a middle clip even that you're intended to get, I think, on the last corner. It's a very interesting track indeed, coming out of Brazil. And we're going to see whether our drivers are able to keep it smooth and consistent throughout the entirety of the day.
And let's take a quick look at that track map, ladies and gentlemen. Like we said, welcome to Brazil, South America, east side of the country, and Mega Space. We are looking at all of these hairpins here. You see that big straight leading at. We are not using those, but that is very initial D, as Strix was pointing out, all of those hairpins. Lots of outside clips today. Very, very fast track. And what you really want to pay attention to as we... Oh, look at this. That's fancy. As you're looking at all of these outer zones, lots of judging areas, lots of scoring areas, lots of opportunities to, drop one tire and maybe like work back from it. You have to be very, very, very careful with speed. The main key today, I believe, will be consistency and speed modulation. You have to make sure that you are not overshooting these corners because a lot of them are outer zones. A lot of them do have walls. And when the track this fast, this open, going another a mile an hour or two, a little bit too fast on one of these corners is very, very, very easy to make a mistake.
And another concern that the drivers are going to be having is with elevation change. You can see it's going up the hill, and as you come through those corners, as you come through those hairpins, you're going down the hill. And as they come around on each other, as you go from one direction up and through the first corner, your car is going to be leveling out. The elevation change is going to be leveling out, and then you're going back down again throughout the second corner, and then same story through the third. So that's going to be a significant factor in many of these drivers' ability to get through the course.
Yeah, elevation change absolutely going to play a huge, huge factor here. We had, obviously, our qualifying has been complete. And again, as you're just taking a quick look at those sectors, very, very long track. Long Beach was like 15 or 20 seconds from the start of the run to the end of it. This one's about a minute. There is a lot of drifting you guys are going to be watching today. That is before any sort of one more times or anything we're looking for. But looking at our qualifying, number one qualifier was our winner from last round, Zach O'Sullivan, also known as Mystified, coming over from ESTA, coming over from the Forza days, but going up against Jamie Healey here in our first group. Grigori Andreev going against João Alves. I'm going to be driving hard 16 and 17. Jack Lyon, Masashi Yoshida, one of our only Japanese competitors of the day, our only Japanese competitor of the day, going to be qualified in our first group. And Deshaun Hack going up against Steven Hatcher will be the end of group number 1. So that is who we have on deck for you right now. Just waiting for our first battle to get back to the line, as they were ready way before we were even close. But first battle again is going to be Zach O'Sullivan against Jamie Healey. Jamie Healey going to be in an S14. Zach O'Sullivan in that brand new S15, who led him to a round win last round.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of drivers, a lot of drivers here are very skilled, even towards the bottom of the bracket, trying to get into ESTA is very difficult. I took a peek at some of the qualifying scores. And honestly, I feel it would be a lot tighter in the scoring if it wasn't for the fact that this track is just so difficult to get right consistently.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not wasting any time. Zach O'Sullivan in the lead, Jamie Healey in the chase. Here we go, round 2 from Megaspace. Great entry from Zach, going a little bit shallow as Jamie, but sacrificing all of it for that proximity. Number 32 qualifier here, trying to be able to take out your points leader and number 1 qualifier. Jamie Healey going, again, just a little bit shallow in these outer zones. Zach getting all of it, that big wing, that big Country Labs win, going right over the wall. Again, this a little bit shallow seems to be the tail of the tape here from Jamie Healey, but without sacrifice with rewards right on the door of Zach going into the big bank section. This is a little bit of a tighter radius corner. You're going to have to use that banking to your advantage to carry the speed and across the line. Wow, good start. Good start.
That was the best first run of the day I have ever seen in my life. These drivers were both on it from the start. Zach O'Sullivan not giving any room to Jamie Healey right on the door, but that lead driver up there, Jamie, doing a fantastic job trying to get all of the outer zones. We saw a little bit of a bobble towards the end of the run. A little bit of an inconsistent angle. Had to throw a little bit more to make it through the corner. But beyond that, there's hardly any mistakes here.
All right. Both cars on the line. Ready to go. And here we go. Zach O'Sullivan giving chase down. Jamie Healey in the lead. Zach did a great job in his lead, but Jamie did a great job in his chase. Jamie, one tire out. Jamie on the wall. Jamie's in the wall. Jamie spins. Turn number 1. We were talking about that in the pre-show, ladies and gentlemen. Because of all the outer zones, because this track has no room to make mistakes, you cannot go a little bit fast at any of these corners. Your speed has to be absolutely precise and perfect. And unfortunately for Jamie Healey, did not get the entry they were looking for.
That's really unfortunate as well because, you know, we saw in the first run there, it was incredibly well done from both drivers. And unfortunately with, I believe, was it Jamie Healey making the mistake up in the chase? And yeah, you really hate to see it, but, you know, it is what it is, getting a little too far wide in turn 1, and that's the rest of the run.
Yep. Unfortunately for Jamie Healey, that'll be Zach O'Sullivan getting the win. Zach O'Sullivan, your VDC Rookie of the Year and your ESDA points leader, going to be getting the win and moving on into the top 16. It looks like Jamie just entered on that rumble strip and did not get the car off the strip by the time they got to the grass. Unfortunately, just actually a very easy mistake to make, but Jamie Healey having one of the strongest chase runs I've seen for a first run in a long time. But next battle on deck is Grigory Andreev against Joao Alves, but Joao is not here. So we're going to see if you could just get a confirmation of that's a buy run or not, but Grigory in this beautiful D-Max S15. Be unfortunate. I believe Joao Alves. That sounds very Brazilian to me. I mean, someone from Escuca could probably correct me in chat, but be kind of a disappointment if you're one of your countrymen here. Oh yeah, we have a Joao, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Joao. Here they come. All right, cool. That's awesome. You will note that is not a Sylvia at all. But last minute change to a Nissan 370Z, so that graphic is incorrect. Grigory Andreev in the lead in the S15. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. If I can find my mouse to do... Yep, cool. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second run of your first group. Joao Alves in the chase. Grigory Andreev in the lead. Great entry from Grigory. Joao definitely shallow there, but not quite getting the jump off the line, so maybe just kind of strategic. Be able to gain some ground. That S15 is moving in the lead position. Joao really having to cut that line to be able to keep on the door of the S15, but as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, he is there right on the door in the pocket of the chase position of Grigori, but again, just sacrificing a little bit of line to be able to stay there, not quite getting all of those outer zones. Definitely going shallow there, as you're going to be able to see just maybe half a car length off the outer side of that outer zone. Kind of like Jamie Healey's chase, just not a little bit more noticeable. Grigori, again, just solid qualifying run, no real big mistakes. Maybe I'd like to see a little bit more aggressiveness on the flicks, but that is a very, very small complaint and 2 very, very good runs.
Yeah, I think in Grigori's S15, we saw quite a lot more grip compared to the Nissan behind there. It just seems like Joao was not getting enough rear-end grip there, constantly having to play catch-up on the exit of these corners. But on the exit of those corners, he was able to catch up and get right up against the door. Shades, as you said before, of the first run we had, getting very close, very good driving right off the bat. So we'll have to see how things change heading into second run.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have confirmation, because I figured out how to read, that Joao is one of 2 Brazilians in the field today at their home round. Got to imagine the Brazilians out there really pulling for their homie Joao. But Grigori wants to play spoiler. Great entry there from Joao in the lead in the 370Z. Grigori, again, just kind of a bit of a softer entry, just letting the 370 do what they need to do in the lead and being able to attack in the second half of this very, very long run. Little bit shallow there to be able to keep it off the wall. Great heads-up driving from Joao, but opening the door for that S15 in chase to be able to get all of that proximity. Transitioning now again, going into the second half of this very, very long run, getting all of that inner clip, little bit shallow in the chase, but big flick from the 370Z, getting all of that angle, all of that line. A very, very exciting finish to that run, and not a very good ending for the chase.
Yeah, I think I saw Grigori not quite matching the angle that Joao had. He was constantly on the brakes, so that just confirms to me that Grigori has way more rear-end grip than the 370Z does. And, you know, the judges are going to be looking at that, because your job as a chase driver is to match the angle of the driver ahead, and it just seems like, you know, Grigori is behind by about like 5-7 degrees of angle, just not quite getting his car out to angle like he should, and instead just laying on the brakes. An interesting choice from him, but as I mentioned before, there's a lot of rear end grip there, so likely just trying to play it safe and make sure he's got the car right where he wants it in that pocket.
As I'm looking in the second half of that run, Strix, if you take a look at the replays, it's almost looking like, I don't think it was a brake check, but I think the result of that big angle caused Joao maybe to slow down just a little bit. I don't know how the judges are going to view that, because it's not. Oh, okay. We do have a call, ladies and gentlemen, and unfortunately for the hometown boy, Grigori Andreev is going to be getting the win. Grigori Andreev is getting the win and moving on into top 16 action against Zach O'Sullivan. I have to imagine maybe it was down to just that second half of Joao's lead, but Joao also, to keep up with that S15, was really sacrificing on line in their chase. So, I mean, very, very exciting lead run, but I think just the small corrections in chase are what the nail in the coffin there was. Next battle on deck already, ladies and gentlemen, Masashi Yoshida in the LS7 E36 Touring against Jack Lai in the very, very rotary FDRX7. 0-2 on the side. Oh, one tire to the grass for Jack Lai. Going to cause some slowdown, but really, really good heads-up driving from Yoshida to not make contact with that car in the lead position. Transitioning again into our second outer zone. Big wall zone there. Sacrificing a little bit of line is Masashi, but getting all the angle, and Jack Lai doing a great job to recover from their first corner mistake. Going into the second half of the run here. Big, again. Oh, maybe a little bit of contact there. Maybe we'll have to look that back on the replay. Very more intelligent entry to that last clip from Jack Lai, but Masashi Yoshida will not be denied in the chase position.
Yeah, you saw in the final half of that run, Jack Lai was able to get a huge run out of that final corner and just run away from Masashi Yoshida. But of course, Yoshida throughout the earlier parts of the run was definitely right on the door. You can definitely see there going through turn 1, heading into turn 2, right where he needs to be. Could be a little bit closer, but once again, seeing that drivers are able to close up right on that exit. And, there was a little bit of contact heading in through turn 3 at the front end there, but able to back off and allow Jack Lai some room to transition. And that was a fantastic run from both drivers, although both drivers in this next run will want to make sure that the lead driver doesn't escape from us.
Jack Lai in the chase now in that absolutely beautiful FD RX-7. Chasing Masashi Yoshida on the no frills, all business E36 wagon. Not the entry that Jack was looking for. Big separation, but doing a great job. Able to catch right back up is Jack Lai. Yoshida playing dangerous with the wall in that big boy wagon. Gonna be leaving some black matte paint on these white walls here at Megaspace. And Brazil, as I say that, wing on the wall from Jack Lai. These guys are giving it everything they have to be able to make it out of this top 32, ladies and gentlemen. Big angle from the BMW up in front. Jack Lai is not going to be denied in the chase position with all the proximity they need, but was it enough to make up from that first corner and the mistake in their lead run?
Wow. This is, as we saw with the judging card earlier before we got into the first battle of the first round, we saw that one big area that the judges are going to be considering is commitment, and that is exactly what we saw from Masashi Yoshida in that BMW wagon, just right up against the wall. And Jack Lai, you could actually see his wing going up top and over the wall. That's how close these drivers are really getting. That shows a lot of commitment, and that's definitely going to look favorably upon the judges. And speaking of which, we do have a call here, Keenan.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, for all the Japanese fans out in attendance here today, Masashi Yoshida is going to be getting the win. Masashi Yoshida in the BMW going to be getting the win. We do have initial die Harold McKinney in here. Harold, can you give us any insight on that?
Yes. Coming down to the first run, we kind of equal both of those runs as 5-5. Jack Lai did drop coming on the first turn on the outer zone, and there was little contact by Masashi going down to the last power alley. There was little contact, so we seen as those two as mistakes followed by deemed from both drivers. So we equaled that out, and coming down to the next run, Jack kind of gave Masashi a bump, which kind of we gave fault to the follow car for that, and it was a nice job for Masashi to gather that back up, and he threw down a baller lead run. So it came down to Masashi getting the win.
All right, thank you very much for the clarification there.
I was asleep on that one.
And that was Harold McKinney, I think, giving. I can't remember. I'm sorry. I'm bad with names. One of our judges giving the explanation there.
But here we are in our third battle of group number 1, ladies and gentlemen. And if you like the rotaries, like the Brops, we are not done yet. Stephen Hatcher in the chase in the all black FD RX-7. Deshaun, I think it's Mac. I can't read it, but just a hack in the. I get so thrown off by the RX-7 in the Mustang in the lead. Big angle from that Mustang in the lead. Steven having to sacrifice a little bit of angle to be able to get up back onto the door, but one corner is not a big issue here. A little bit of contact, but both drivers staying on course. This is a dogfight, and we're not even halfway through the section yet. Can't even tripping all over my words. Stephen Hatcher missing one of those outer zones. Again, just focusing on proximity. Not wanting to let that Mustang get away. Wants to keep the hand around the throat of Deshaun Hack. But Deshaun Hack is taking all these licks and keeps on taking that Mustang and must have some dents in the right-hand door.
Yeah, you would have to imagine there was a lot of contact from Stephen Hatcher hitting into the lead driver of Deshaun Hack. You really don't want to see that as a judge, because every piece of contact is going to interrupt the run and affect how the other car is driving. And as we heard from from the judge who came in here earlier to describe the call between Masashi. You know, it's something you don't really want to see. It's exciting to see, you know, cars getting right up on the door, and you can see just a little bit of contact. You can even see it in how the Mustang reacts to it. And you really don't want to see more contact coming down towards the final power alley there, but you really don't want to see that kind of contact because that's going to be docking points from your run and ultimately might cause you a loss.
Here we go, run number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, I'm not a big FD guy, but that car is beautiful. Just a little bit of chrome, hot boy wheels. But Deshaun is going to be looking for some vengeance here, being like, hey, buddy, you spent half a run running into me. Let's see if I can get some little bit of damage back. Going a little bit shallow again, as we've seen that a little bit for the chase vehicles here in turn number 1. That Mustang popping off the limiter, but that FD RX-7 into the wall, straightening out just a little bit. Luckily for Deshaun Hack, going a little bit shallow there, missing all of that outer zone, giving that FD a little bit of room to be able to make that mistake. So we are still going. We are still green here, moving into the final corner, the final sector on this track here, Megaspace. A little bit of a separation there, but closing right at the end. That was a lot of push and pull. A lot of give and take in that run.
Yeah, it seemed like the proximity wasn't quite consistent, and it's up to the judges to figure out whose fault that would have been. Could it have been that Steven Hatcher in that RX-7 was just struggling to find grip in the back end of that car, or was it just Deshaun Hack surging inconsistently through the corners? We see going a little bit too shallow through the second corner. Heading into the third turn here, we see a lot of commitment from Steven Hatcher, getting right up against the wall, practically scratching some of that black paint onto the white walls there. And heading into the final section of the course, you know, there was a little bit of separation. Again, like you mentioned, push and pull, but it's up to the judges to figure out who was really at fault for that, like who was surging or who was braking when they shouldn't have been.
All right, judges, with a lot to talk about here. Definitely mistakes on both sides. Someone in chat, Ray J, saying possibly an OMT. I wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, if it wasn't for that second run is just going to be so crucial to whatever the judging call is, because you know, Steven had a couple of mistakes in the lead, but unfortunately Deshaun just was never in the right area of the track to be able to capitalize on those mistakes. Whenever the FD kind of made a little mistake in the lead, maybe went a little bit wide, bumped into the wall, as we saw, Deshaun was just not on all of that outer zone. Again, sacrificing for proximity, but what would really put the nail in the coffin is to be able to get that close and get that proximity without having to make sacrifices on those outer zones. So, you know, if we do see an OMT, I think that second run is going to be absolutely crucial. But we are getting a judging call here now. And ladies and gentlemen, Ray J apparently is up in the judge booth, because way before we knew it, OMT one more time, your first OMT of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be going at it again. The only comment that I saw was need to clean it up.
Yeah, that's a pretty justifiable reason to send them one more time. There were quite a few mistakes in both the leads and chases of both drivers. You saw a lot of push and pull in that second run, and in the first run, we saw a lot of contact. So they really want these drivers to put their best foot forward to make sure that heading into the top 16, we get the driver who really does have what it takes to try and make it all the way to the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go. First OMT of the day. Again, we are still in top 32 action, group number 1. Winner this is going to be going up against Masashi Yoshida. One of the only Japanese competitor in competition today. Steven Hatcher, though, bouncing off the limiter like what did that limiter ever do to you, my friend? But really good entry there from Deshaun, trying to clean up that line that we saw in the second run. But unfortunately, Steven Hatcher making similar mistakes. Just, maybe a little bit of wall there from the Mustang, but not even changing their angle. Very, if you're going to get in the wall, that is a great way to do it. Steven really having to sacrifice on their line in the first half of the run, but now is in the pocket, staying with that Mustang of Deshaun Hack. Great job in proximity from Steven Hatcher, making sure that the Mustang did not get anywhere more than maybe like half a car length away. Big backfire over the line as well.
I am fundamentally shocked that that Mustang still has a back bumper. Just scraping it across that wall through the second corner that we're going to see. Right here we see Steven Hatcher in the chase in that RX-7 doing a fantastic job trying to maintain proximity, and you can see the left quarter panel just kind of bouncing up and down as it briefly makes contact with the wall. That was incredible. An incredible job from Deshaun Hack in the lead. The judges, it'll be up to them to decide whether that's a mistake or not, but wall tapping like that without affecting your angle in a significant manner, it takes a lot of skill, and at least in my eyes, it's incredibly exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's competitive drifting. It's not necessarily what you're looking for, but if you're going to do it, that's the best way to get away with it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Deshaun Hack in the chase. We saw them make a couple of mistakes in the chase before. Let's see if they can clean it up. Steven Hatcher definitely had a stronger lead than Chase. And we're seeing that right there, getting all of that outer zone, but Deshaun Hack is cleaning up the mistakes from the first run right across the bumper of that FDRX-7. The FDRX-7 into the wall on initiation into that second corner. These guys are leaving it all on the line right now here at Mega Space in Brazil. Again, into the wall is Steven Hatcher. Deshaun was close enough to be able to capitalize that time. Going to be using that wall hit, that bounce off the wall. Does open up a little bit of gap, so I'm expecting her to see the Mustang go shallow. No, a little bit shallow on the first half of that corner, Strix, but using that line to be able to push out wide and be able to get that proximity back without making it look super, super janky.
Yeah, what we saw in that second run, we saw Steven Hatcher in the lead in that RX-7 saying, oh, you can wall tap, I'll wall tap. Unfortunately, just getting a little bit too much of the wall a couple times and very obviously affecting the angle of the car. Not ideal from that lead driver, especially because you got a chase driver behind you going at full tilt. If you hit that wall just a little too hard, lose a little bit too much speed, that could be a complete zero on your part. But the rest of the run, we saw, Deshaun Hack see that contact on the wall, kind of back off and be like, okay, you made a mistake. I'm going to let you make that mistake and then try and play it safe from here on out just to make sure that I can move on forward.
And ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I keep saying unfortunately, but you never want to see, you want to see people move on, but you don't want to see people lose. But Deshaun Hack in the Ford Mustang Spec 5D RTR is going to be getting the win and moving on against Steven Hatcher. Steven, I guess, just unfortunately bouncing off that wall, a little bit of a hiccup, a little bit of a mistake, and this time Deshaun was there in chase to make sure that that is the end of Steven Hatcher's run. An incredible two battles from both those guys. Again, that was just top 32. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your first top 16 battle of the day. Again, group number one, the way that we'd work here in ESDA is we go all the way down until we have one finalist in group one finalist in group two, one finalist in group three, and one finalist in group four. And then once we have all four, we begin our final lobby, our finals, our top four. But first top 16 battle of the day, Zach O'Sullivan in the Just Slide It NRG Innovations S15 up against Grigory Andreev with that banger of a battle against Joao Alves. Here they go, ladies and gentlemen. Grigory in the lead. O'Sullivan in chase. I mixed that up. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Zach in the lead. So my apologies. Grigory in chase in the white and blue S15. Right in the pocket of Zach. Zach just putting on a clinic right now. It's almost robotic what he's doing in the lead. Maybe a little bit of contact. One tire off, I think, into the grass there from Zach. We're going to have to take a look at that again. But doing a great job to recover. Grigory giving him just enough room to be able to recover that S15 in the lead. Big flicks from Zach. A little bit of a straighten from Grigory. Just really trying to be able to stay in the pocket. Clearly, Zach O'Sullivan has some speed in that car.
Absolutely. Just we saw in the last battle that Grigory had is just like he was at a much shallower angle than the lead driver and was still right on the door anyways. And we saw a little bit more of that today. obviously a lot of rear end grip in that car, but Zach O'Sullivan, not somebody to be denied, getting right against the wall, but on exit, possibly dropping a tire, maybe because of contact or possibly because they just overshot the exit of that corner. But throughout the rest of the run, you can see a couple bobbles here and there. Grigori getting very close towards the end of the run and being able to stay close towards the towards the finish line. Incredible job from both drivers there, though.
All right, both S15s again. Sorry, apologies for the car experts who have definitely touched grass and seen a lady in the chat trying to tell us that's not a 180. Thank you guys. We have eyes. That's cool. Grigori in the lead now. Zach O'Sullivan giving chase. Zach is on an advantage, but right on the door of Grigori, trying to get some, I don't know if he's just trying to get some experience or really trying to rattle the cage of that lead driver, Grigori Andreev. Grigori getting all of that second outer zone, ninth move, maybe pulling away just a little bit, or maybe that's Zach just laying back, just, as I say that, right onto the door of Grigori Andreev, going down this power straight, carrying as much speed as they can, a little bit wide in the lead position of Grigori Andreev, but Zach, again, showing you why he was your winner in Long Beach and why he is your points leader.
Yeah, we saw, I think what I saw was a pretty big checkup from Grigori in that one corner that allowed Zach O'Sullivan to almost immediately, in the span of like maybe 15 frames or so of the game, just manage to sneak right up on him and get right into the door. Grigori getting all of the wall towards the second corner in run 2. And this is like, these drivers, man, like ESDA continues to show up, and all these drivers are just so talented and so skilled that when you're faced with a track like this that requires so much consistency and demands so much focus, the drivers are able to put down every single run. I am just beyond impressed by these drivers doing what they do best.
And that is going to be Zach O'Sullivan getting the win. Zach O'Sullivan, your ESDA points leader and round number 1 winner from Long Beach, moving on into the Grade 8 to face the winner of this next battle. And I got to imagine it was down to, Grigori didn't really make a lot of big mistakes, but just needed to be a little bit cleaner. We saw some straightening. We saw maybe a little bit of contact. We did see perhaps one tire off from Zach, but just as you said, Strix, just the inconsistencies. It wasn't necessarily bad driving. This is a long section. It's a long track. Any sort of wavering, any sort of wiggling, any sort of inconsistencies is going to be multiplied by 1,000,000 when you're watching it back from a judge's perspective. But 2 V8s on the line right now in 2 very different cars. E36 Touring of Masashi Yoshida going up against Deshaun Hack in the lead position in the BMW. That's my job. Producer said ready, and I just sat here like, why aren't the cars moving? That's hello. Yes. Here we go. Deshaun in the lead, riding that momentum off of that one more time battle with Steven Thatcher. Masashi Yoshida trying to be the pride of Japan here today. Good entry from Deshaun, maybe a little bit wavering from Masashi, but perhaps just not wanting to get that proximity built up on turn number 1, because it is very difficult in a track this fast to be able to try to gain ground back. Deshaun getting all of that outer wall, but Masashi a little bit wavering, maybe a tire off there from Deshaun. We'll have to check that out in the replay. Big angle from that Mustang. I keep want to say BMW. That Mustang in the lead position. Masashi, though, right there in the chase, sitting in the shadow of Deshaun Hack, making sure they get everything they need to do in the chase. I don't think my jaw was on the floor with that chase, but it was solid. But Deshaun Hack putting down a solid, strong lead run.
Yeah, looking back at the replay here, we saw Masashi just didn't quite get the entry they wanted, shallowing up quite a lot through that first outer zone. But being able to stay on the door, keep that proximity close, and Deshaun Hack getting all of the outer zone that he needs, being able to put his rear bumper over the edge of the track, heading into the third corner here. You know, the BMW looks fantastic where it is, keeping it close, and it just looks fantastic on its own. It's a great looking car. And then in the final part of the section, getting right on the quarter panel. You could not get much closer without making contact.
Masashi Yoshida now in the lead position. We've seen them do some great things in that wide BMW driving. That's a joke 3 people here are going to get. Deshaun Hack in the chase. All of that first outer zone. Deshaun doing what they've done before, kind of going a little bit shallow, but being able to use that shallowness to really, really pour on the pressure in the chase. And that BMW getting all of that wall, actually going a little bit shallow. You can be able to see them sipping on the brake, trying to get the rear end, the rear hatch of that E36 wagon. Big angle, though, from the lead position, but Deshaun is not phased. Deshaun is still right there. Oh, maybe a little bit of an oar angle from the Mustang, but doing their best job to be able to keep that car sideways without having a 0, maybe a little bit of a deduction there, but we'll have to take a look at the replay and see if that was a mistake on the lead or a mistake on the chase. But I think this whole battle is going to come down to that one correction.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be big time what the judges are looking for. Wouldn't blame them if they take a little bit of time to discuss this. Both drivers having a not as good entry into the first corner as they may have liked, with Masashi not quite getting to angle towards the latter half of that outer zone, and Deshaun going a little bit too shallow. But heading through the rest of the run, you can kind of compare them both, and it's gonna be very close to determine who's at fault really for that overcorrection, whether Deshaun Hack was adjusting to Masashi Yoshida's line, or if it was just a self-made mistake. This is definitely some of the best driving we've seen here. Round 1 has definitely not disappointed, Keenan.
Yeah, I guarantee round 1 disappointed, but unfortunately we are in round number 2. This is I'm just drinking.
I meant group 1.
I'm just jerking your chain. But yeah, it's I think going to be close. Both of them have different flavors of mistakes. We're seeing Deshaun go a little bit shallow on that first turn, which is smart, because this just strikes me as a track where if a gap opens up, you are in trouble. There's not a whole lot of big decel zones, not a whole lot of tight corners, not a whole lot of places where you can gain a whole lot of time back without significant sacrifice. So Deshaun just playing it smart in the chase, but again, with that little mistake. Yoshida's mistakes, I think, were just, I'd like to see him way more. Well, hey, I'm going over the mistakes of both drivers. I think we kind of just explained it, why it's going this way, which is one more time. Deshaun just can't catch a break today. This is second OMT battle for Deshaun. Masashi Yoshida, gonna see if they can clean it up a little bit here. I was gonna say not as exciting in the chase as I would like to see, but versus Deshaun's kind of little minor mistakes here and there. So both these drivers having places they can clean up, both having different areas they need to work on. Let's see if they can improve. OMT battle here in the top 16. Winner this week, moving on into the Great 8. Deshaun getting all of that outer zone. Masashi Yoshida getting it as well. A little bit of a slowdown from that Mustang. Going to open the door up to that BMW E36 Touring in the chase position. All of the door of that Mustang is Masashi Yoshida, but very, very clean and smooth in the lead position is Deshaun Hack in the Mustang. Smoke pouring over our sponsor walls there here at Megaspace in Brazil. Going into the last corner, tons of speed, a little bit shallow there for Masashi, but again, using that to be able to get all the proximity they need to get right on the door. Could have put a playing card in between those two cars in that last corner and across the line.
From what I saw, there might have been even a little bit of contact between the BMW and the Mustang in that final corner. We'll have to see again. Didn't really affect the lead driver, though, so it's probably not too much of a problem. But as we see them heading into the second corner, both cars doing a great job trying to fill in that outer zone. Maybe Masashi in the beginning of that outer zone not quite getting all of it like the judges might want, but wow, look at that angle from Deshaun Hack into, I believe, turn 4. heading into the final corner, just flicking hard into the final corner, getting all of that outer zone, getting the middle clip, and across the line. Fantastic driving from both drivers there.
Yeah, great job. Again, thank you, Podium 2, for the raid, and hola to all of our Brazilian viewers. Yes, I had to look up what hello in Portuguese was. Just making sure. Good entry from both this time. Big flick entry from Masashi. Deshawn not making the same mistakes they've been making all day and getting a little bit more of that outer zone, but still keeping proximity against Yoshida, who looks like they are just pulling away. But again, Deshawn just gripping the throat of that lead. Oh, one tire off into the grass for Masashi Yoshida. Not really going to make it too much of a big deal, but definitely slowing that lead car down. Deshawn having to adjust in chase. A little bit of foot brake there from the lead car to be able to keep a little bit more angle. Deshawn still trying to be able to close that proximity, stay on the door. Once again, Strix, there's a lot to talk about here.
There is absolutely a lot to talk about here, but before we get to that, I want to thank Podium 2 for the raid here. You are watching ESDA round of 16. You're watching the top 16 of Group 1, a drifting competition at Megaspace in Brazil. Here we are seeing a dogfight between Masashi Yoshida, currently our only Japanese driver qualified for today, and Deshawn Hack in the Mustang. And we've been seeing a lot of very good driving here, so stay tuned, and you're going to be watching some incredibly talented drivers go around the track. But moving on from that, we do have a call from the judges, Keenan.
Yeah, it is down to that tire drop, and unfortunately for Masashi Yoshida, that will be the end of their day. But Deshawn Hack with the run of a century right now, being able to OMT battle wins. Deshawn Hack getting the win, and now gets the pleasure of going up against our points leader of Zach O'Sullivan. Zach, almost forgot your name. But ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Here we go. Both cars on the line. Zach has been basically robotic. I think one small mistake all day, but Deshawn, in contrast, has been getting better and better and better and better the more they've driven. Big flick entry from Zach. Deshawn trying to match it. Again, a little bit shallow. We've seen him do that today just to make sure that lead car doesn't go anywhere. Nice and smooth from Zach up here in the lead position, getting all of that wall. I feel bad for whoever that dude is standing there. Deshawn Hack, again, getting a little bit shallow, using the foot brake to be able to pull that car back up towards the wall. What a transition. Thought it was going to run over Zach there. No Mustang jokes here, ladies and gentlemen. Right on the door of Zach O'Sullivan, but Zach again looking very clean, smooth, and again just robotic in the lead. But Deshawn getting all of that proximity and chase, maybe a little bit of cuts on the line, but it was definitely worth the risk for the reward.
That is definitely the strongest fight I've seen any driver put up against our current points leader, Zach O'Sullivan. Zach, as you mentioned before, very robotic, very precise. But Deshawn Hack definitely having none of it, not fazed by it, saying, I see you, sir, and I will see to it that I see myself out into the finals. That's what I was trying to say. But both drivers doing an excellent job. We saw a little bit of a bobble from Deshawn Hack in that replay there, a little bit of a weird adjustment in angle, but not fazed by it at all, getting right to the door, almost pulling weight, almost pulling just a little bit too much angle, but managing to save it. And now we switch places with Deshawn in the lead and Zach in the chase.
Deshawn, as you said, leading, Zach chasing in that pink-purple S15. Deshawn in the lead. Good entry from Deshawn, playing a little bit of risk with that rumble strip, but getting away with it. Zach, right there at chase.
Contact.
Right, a little bit of love tap, no harm, no foul, going into the second corner. A little bit of bobbling from that Mustang, but nothing major. Zach reading it well, giving a little bit of space to that Mustang, but just enough to be able to get right onto the door and give him a little bit of room to breathe. He could reach out and touch him right now out of that right-hand drive S15. But Deshawn, again, showing why they have made it this far. They've made it into the Great 8. Very smooth, very solid in the lead, but unfortunately for Deshaun. When you run a good lead, you have the opportunity to get a good chase. Zach was there the whole time.
That was incredible. Zach was right on the door every single corner, doing a fantastic job making sure the lead driver doesn't get away from him. We see him going very shallow into turn one, the same mistake that Deshaun has been making, but it makes up for it in the rest of the run by just completely negating any proximity that the lead driver might be able to gain, and doing a fantastic job trying to stay on the door, transitioning just across the bumper. We see getting very close, matching the angle incredibly well. And we do have a call.
Ladies and gentlemen, Zach O'Sullivan in the Just Slide at S15, represented by NRG Innovations, moving on into your final four, putting the end of the Deshaun Hacks, I don't want to say fairy tale run, but scratch and claw run here through this ESDA top number one, bracket number one, I should say, rather, group number one. Ladies and gentlemen, Zach O'Sullivan is going to be your first finalist into your top four. Who will he face? We're only going to be able to find out in group number two. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick break, but before we go, we just need to make sure we cross our I's, dot our T's here, and give thanks to those who are helping put this broadcast on for you. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast today is brought to you by Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts or your next drift car, time attacks monster, drag machine, or street or short car, Big Duck Club will exceed your needs and defy your expectations. Visit BigDubClub.com for more. Nexen Tire, one of the leading tire manufacturers in drift competition around the world. From race to street, Nexen has a tire for you. Nexen Tire, we've got you. NRG Innovations, from hubs, wheels, shift knobs, and more, NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing, NRG continues to innovate. Visit getnrg.com for more. Next Level Racing. Next Level Racing is the world's leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for your next racing or flight sim edition, check out nextlevelracing.com. Vosan, the leading source for competitive drift content across the Assetto Corsa platform. Want the track from today's event and more? Visit vosan.co. That's VOSAN.co. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this quick little break. We're going to get our second group loaded in here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not even close to being finished with the action here today, so stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 2 here for ESDA at Megaspace. We are in group number 2 here in ESDA. Again, the way we do things is top 32 down to 4 in 2 or 4 separate groups. So this is your 4th group here. I think I hope they were just warming up. Oh yeah, they were just warming up. I saw Carson. Oh my God, no! Guys, what happened? But here we go. Group number 2, Austin Zalewski, Cormac Guard, Warren Greiner against Brandon Gardner. That's not going to mess me up at all. Vičaras Lucas, one of your top 3 finishers, your 3rd place finisher, I believe, from Long Beach against I'll have to look that up. Fonseca, Logan Daniels, and Marcus Heinen. So this is your top battle, or top 32 here in group number 2. Cormac, one of our drivers, I think that made it in, or that definitely made it in through the driver search, but way back at Yas Marina. Really excited to be able to see him here and driving here in round number 2. Unfortunately, I don't think qualified for round number 1. Austin Zalewski did a great job last round, but I definitely wanted to see them, probably wanted to progress a little bit further than they actually did. OTM on the mountain, S15 in the lead. Cormac Guard with the noisiest S15 in chase, that blue and white machine. Great entry from, as I say that, great entry from Austin, but maybe a little bit of hiccup in speed. Cormac doing a great job to be able to compensate for that, but there is going to be a little bit of a gap open now. Cormac going to go a little bit shallow now to try to gain a little bit of proximity, straightening out a little bit as well, just trying to get back up to that lead car of Austin. Austin looking pretty set in their ways in the lead position in that S15, that gray S15. Pulling away a little bit from the chase car and going into the final corner here. Right onto the door as Cormac is just bouncing off the clutch and off the rev limiter and across the line.
Guard and Zalewski. I'm gonna be honest, that was probably the weakest run of the day. And that's not necessarily to insult either of these drivers. This is a difficult track, and it was still exciting to watch, even though there was quite a lot of proximity, quite a lot of distance between Austin in the lead and Cormac in the chase. Quite unfortunate, but we saw a lot of push and pull here, even more extreme than we saw in Group 1. Being able to catch up in the middle of the outer zones and then just getting pulled away from on corner exit. Lots of rear grip in Austin Zalewski's car there up front. And now they're going to switch positions and head back down the hill again.
Yeah, maybe one of the weaker runs. I don't know if I would say the word weak, because it was still that was still a very, very strong run from both, but definitely a lot of talking points for both as well. A little bit of mistakes on both sides. Austin going to be in the chase now with Cormac in the lead. Austin, if you remember from round number 1, had a lot of speed in this car, but Long Beach wasn't really the best track for it. Here at Megaspace, we might be able to see that this S15 be able to really put those tires to good use. Good entry from both. Almost irrelevant saying that at this point, but Cormac really strong in the lead. Ooh, maybe a little bit shallow, trying not to get in that wall. Door open for Zalewski to be able to get in there. And there he is, right onto the door of that lead car, missing the outer zone. Again, Cormac just not quite getting the zones that they're looking for. That line is definitely not what Cormac was looking for, but that it is feeding time for that S15 in the chase of Austin Zalewski. Little bit of a door tap as well. Looking across the line. That was just friendly. That was just a kiss. That's just a little smooch.
A little kiss at the end there, at the end of the run as they head down that hill. But yeah, this was the exact opposite problem from what we saw in run 1. We saw Cormac Guard getting all of the outer zone, but Austin Zalewski in the chase, able to stay right up on the door, able to maintain that proximity, and of course, a quick decision from the judges, Keenan.
Yeah, that is going to be Austin Zalewski getting the win. Austin from Team OTM moving on to go back on the mountain one more time in the top 16. Cormac, unfortunately, just not getting the lead run. I think the lead run is really where Cormac, the decision kind of got pushed towards Zalewski. But we'll see Cormac back. Cormac is a hell of a driver. Unfortunately, again, just getting knocked out here in the top 32. Really, really tough battle for Cormac. But they drove their butt off at Yas Marina to be able to earn this pro spot. We will definitely be seeing them again very soon. Next battle on deck. I hope you like S chassis because here we are again. Brandon Gardner in the chase in the S15. Warren Greiner in the lead in what looks to be S13 180SX type beat. As both cars on the line, ready to go. And shout out to the livery makers. Shout out to the skin guys behind the scenes who maybe don't get that much credit. Every car that I've seen in this competition today has been absolutely beautiful. Brandon Gardner in the chase. In that S15, not really getting the proximity they're looking for, but one tire off in the lead for Warren Greiner. Warren trying to pull away right now, trying to be able to get as much space in between these two cars as possible. Actually, a lot of grip in that lead car. Every time these guys straighten out just a little bit to go from corner to corner, every transition, there's a little bit of gapping open, but now Brandon changing their line a little bit, changing their approach to be able to try and stay on the door of that ultra-quick S13 in the lead position. But Brandon, again, not being denied in the chase. However, Warren Greiner with a very solid lead run, but maybe a little bit of a checkup there, trying not to go over the rumble strip. I do believe one tire on that rumble is a deduction. So a big checkup from the lead. The only mistake I really saw Strix in the lead.
Yeah, the lead was fantastic. Warren just on point throughout the entirety of the run, getting every outer zone he needed to its fullest, getting right up against the door. You could see the wingtip almost clipping through the wall there, and then heading through turn 4, the penultimate corner, before heading into the final corner here, transitioning into it. We could see Brandon Gardner getting a pretty good transition right up against the door, and a little bit of contact as well. An incredible finish for what was ultimately just a really fantastic, fun to watch race.
Warren Greiner, as it's pronounced. I looked it up in the little book. You can fight me, Warren, if I screwed your name up. Brandon Gardner in the lead position in the NRG Innovations S15. Warren in the Flick Nation S13. WG Drifts. Big angle in the lead position right now from Brandon Gardner, but Warren Greiner will not be denied in the chase. Right there in the pocket, in proximity, right on, I want to say on the door, but big mistake here from Warren, not getting any of that outer zone. But Brandon Gardner, again, straightening out just a little bit, getting out of the corner. Big flick in the lead position right there. Tons of angle, almost getting off track from Brandon, but Warren, again, keeping the proximity, keeping it close, but definitely some lack of angle there, Strix.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but this track is quite demanding. It demands all of your focus from top to bottom. And that first corner, taking a look through the replay cameras, that is deceptively difficult. You're coming into the corner blind. You can't even see the outer zone until you're already over the hill and already initiated. That is like incredibly difficult. But Warren Greiner and Brandon Gardner definitely trying to throw it down on the line. You could see Brandon in his lead run on run 2 getting right up against the wall, maybe dropping a tire, getting a little bit too feisty on the exit of that corner, and then of course putting a tire on the back of that curb going through turn 4. The judges are going to have a lot to consider here to try and figure out who's moving on into the top 16 of Group 2.
Did he drop 2 on turn 4? I'm seeing. Maybe. I'm watching the stream back, so my commentary is going to be a little bit delayed from what you guys are seeing. But turn 4 being the final corner here at these at this very initial D-esque track here at Mega Space in Brazil. We have one more Brazilian driving for those who are cheering for the hometown hero. That was interesting. It definitely looked like there was maybe one tire off for Brandon in the lead, but I don't know if it was 2. Also not sure if that is a no-go zone for tire dropping, so I'm going to look into that really quick just to see if we can get some clarification there. I'm okay. Not going to matter. I mean, I'm still going to try to see if I can look that up, but ladies and gentlemen, there is no winner. We are going one more time, once again. This is what I feared what today would end up becoming, just a series of OMTs. And the track's already a minute long. We are going to be here for 9 hours. But again, just mistakes on both parts. I think that, Brandon probably had that wrapped up until that last corner. I'm just really quickly trying to see if they're allowed to drop tires on a rumble. No tire drops on that last outer zone. So that absolutely was a deciding factor in the judges' calls. Apologies to chat that I didn't really look into that first, but definitely wanted to make sure and double check the video provided by Josh Roxy, our own Scorp. You can check that out on YouTube as well. Warren in the lead, Brandon in the chase, OMT battle. Believe this is still top 32. Winner going to be moving on to the top 16 to face Austin Zalewski. Brandon getting close, but not too close. Just playing it smart, having a good, solid chase run. We're going to probably attack in the second half of this battle here. As contrast, Warren looking really good in the lead so far. They were strong in the lead before, but again, had that mistake going over the line, just going a little bit too fast, not wanting to drop a tire. Nice and smooth from the 180SX in the lead position. Brandon Gardner, again, just trying to stay close, but not do anything silly. And I believe mission accomplished. Solid run from both. Jaws not on the floor. I'm not jumping and screening, but a very, very strong and solid run from both drivers.
Yeah, that was a fantastically entertaining drive there, and saw Brandon Gardner climbing the hill at the end of the run. But focusing mostly on the run before the finish line, we could see a lot of commitment from both drivers, getting pretty close to that wall, getting very close to that wall. We've been seeing a lot of drivers just getting so close to that wall, and you see it so often, it almost becomes normalized. You see that kind of thing happen, it's just like, oh, it's just a regular thing that drivers just do on command, but that is incredibly difficult. And we've been seeing drivers from the bottom qualifier all the way to the top consistently making it to the wall, and it is fantastic to see.
Yeah, got to factor in the kind of speeds these guys are going into these corners with as well. 70, 80, 90 miles an hour with absolutely no room for error.
Over elevation changes, no less. You're going downhill through those corners.
Yeah, downhill, banks. Some of these corners are banked significantly. Some of them are not. As here we go, going into T1. Brandon in the lead. Warren chasing in the 180SX, that all-white car. Yang versus Yang here. Transitioning. Oh, into the wall is Brandon, but he keeps it straight for the most part. Great heads-up driving from Brandon. Warren checking up just a little bit, but definitely not getting completely off throttle. Warren wants to take this second chance, this second opportunity, and make the best of it as we transition into the final corner. Big angle again from the lead position of Brandon, but Warren right there in the chase. Brandon been a little bit, as you said, Strix, it's almost commentator's curse. As you said, just getting real aggressive with that wall and didn't lose a lot of angle, didn't really it wasn't super crazy. I'll let you elaborate a little bit more on it, but that is still going to be something the judges are looking at.
Absolutely. Mostly these judges probably don't want to see wall contact that affects your angle, and we can see on run 2, Brandon does get into the wall, and it does prevent him from initiating where he would like. He's still able to clean it up and make the corner, but as you saw, his angle just stopped going because the wall was there. You can't bring your rear end out anymore. That's really unfortunate to see, but fantastic heads-up driving on his part to be able to hit that wall and say, okay, what do I got to do to make this car stay on track? And he did exactly what he needed to do. So it is a mistake that the judges are going to be considering, but it could have been absolutely catastrophic, and he kept it from being that way.
Yeah, just hanging on to that car, but unfortunately, I got to imagine it's down to the contact, but we do have a judge in here. That will be a Warren win. Warren Greiner coming out of Ireland, getting the win, and Cosmic, Charlie Weaver, in here with us. Welcome. First of all, hi, Charlie. I hope you're having a good day.
I am having a fantastic day. I just love watching all these battles go on.
But have you got some information for us?
Yeah, so with that last run that just happened, it came down to the tire drop by Brandon in his lead. And he had the wall tap, and it kind of upset him a little bit in the first wall ride, so we had decided that those two things, and he didn't have the greatest proximity that Warren had in his chase, so that's what we came down to for why Warren got the win.
All right, man. Thank you, and good luck for the rest of the day. I know this track's gonna be hard on you guys when we get down to the nitty gritty here.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good one.
Yeah. Moving on here into, I believe, our final battle of this group, our second last battle of this group. This is a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, our third place driver from last round, Vičaras Lucas from Latvia, against Fonseca out of Brazil. This is Brazil's last hope to make a good, strong, deep run in this bracket here today. ESTA from Biggest Space in Brazil, doing their best job is Chow right now in the lead or the follow position.
Ooh,
That's a big correction as Vičaras gets into the wall in that Erta S15, trying to be able to capitalize on that momentum from Long Beach and get a good points finish here today, but Chow is trying to put the end to it. Getting right there on the door, a little bit of a wavery line there and across the line. Big contact to that wall, big straightening as well from that lead car.
Yeah, we're starting to see, some of these drivers making mistakes, trying to get close to that wall, but in some cases getting much, much too close. And, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Vičaras, instead of driving the car all the way up to the hill where he should be, he reset his car to the pits. And you're not supposed to do that because that refreshes your tires. You still need to have the same tires on that you ran in the first run in order to make sure that, your tire wear is consistent. But this will be an interesting ruling from the judges to see what they decide to do with this.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's a pretty big deal because now Vičaras is going to be sitting on fresh tires. So neither of them are pulled to the line. I think they're having that conversation. Apologies, I forgot. I have a spreadsheet, okay, and that's where I check everybody's names, where they're from, their country. I saw 2 Brazils. Someone just corrected me in chat saying Augusto Ferreira is also from Brazil, but they had no country listed next to them. So that has been fixed. There is 2 more Brazilians. One of them is on track right now, trying to fight to get past their top 32. One, I believe, we are going to see in group number 3. That'll be your last battle against Olivier Blais. That'll be, I'll be a little bit biased in that one. I want to see the Brazilians do well on their home track, but that's my boy from Quebec, man. It's going to be close. I think what they've done here is just allow both drivers to get the reset. A good sportsmanship from both, because I'm sure Chow could have said, hey, that's against the rules. We don't want to do that. But I think both are just opting to take fresh tires. And it is a little bit janky. We don't want to see that, but a good sportsmanship from both. So Chow going to be in the lead position for Lucas in the chase now. Again, just to force a habit, ladies and gentlemen, when you do tons of practice like these guys do. Great entry from the Brazilian in the lead position, but the Latvian giving chase definitely wants to make up for that mistake they made in their lead. Transitioning into the big second corner here. One wall ride into another very, very committee. Very, very strong driving from Chow in the Inertia S15, but the Erta S15 of Vičaras Lucas, again, trying to sway the judges with this chase. Very, very close the entire time. Great line going into the last corner from Vičaras, but I do not think, Strix, it is going to be enough to offset that mistake.
Yeah, that mistake, driving the rear end into the wall from from that yellow S15. Probably not enough to make it up there, but Vičaras throwing it all down as much as he could, and Kaio, it is Kaio, and y'all drivers, you do know you're supposed to spell out
the amount of people who just copy and pasted their name again. I swear to God.
Yeah, we really listen. We really want to respect your name, your heritage, and all of this. So when you place your name down, make sure you give us a pronunciation guide so we know how to pronounce your name. But we do have a winner decided here, Keenan.
Yeah, that is going to be Kaio. I was told Chow, and and now chat's telling me Kaio. So I don't know. The Brazilian guy, Fonseca, is going to be getting the win. Fonseca, I can read. Fonseca is going to be getting the win in the Inertia S15 and moving on into the top 16. Now, one final battle here in group number 2 for the top 16. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 drivers left. Logan Daniels going up against Marcus Heinen. Logan going to be in the S15. Surprise, surprise. Marcus in the chase in the S14.
Beautiful car, that.
Both of them beautiful. Again, Logan, really, really strong run last round, I believe, grabbing 4th place in Long Beach. And Marcus, I don't think we saw at all in Long Beach. So that is going to be the thing, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see a lot of drivers who did not qualify for some rounds being able to make appearances in other rounds. And fortunately, we're able to see these 2 guys drive today. Logan Daniels in the lead, Marcus in the chase. Big stylish flick entry from Logan in the lead, but Marcus not phased whatsoever in the S14 in chase, sorry. Oh, I'm not getting the angle there. Ooh, big correction for Marcus. Big correction for Marcus. Not getting the angle on the flick. You could see him reach for that handbrake in the front end. Just wanted to go another direction, but great job in gathering it back up and being able to participate in the second half of this run, because that was almost death. And unfortunately for him, Logan Daniels just putting on a clinic right now in that lead position. But Marcus ending it strong, but huge mistake for Marcus in that chase position.
That was a tremendous miss. I have no idea how he kept that car from wrecking. It was understeering unlike any other situation I've seen. It was almost practically straight. I'm not sure what happened there that would have caused that. It's just almost like the front end just washed right out and just wasn't even in contact with the ground. The weirdest looking thing I'd seen in a while. And probably the most significant mistake we've seen so far beyond just beyond in our first run of the day, seeing a driver drive straight off the first turn. But yeah, we're gonna see Logan Daniels with a significant advantage here.
Yeah, Logan reaching out to me earlier this week. Just lost a member of his not close family, but one of his baseball coaches and a significant member in his community, Chris Oberheim, unfortunately lost his life last week. Logan reached out and just wanted us to be able to give a shout out to his family, thoughts and prayers out to the Oberheim family, and I hope that you guys get better, things get better over there soon. Logan now in the chase, 1 tire off in the lead. Unfortunately, nowhere for Logan to go. Marcus just getting 1 on the grass. You have 1 tire in the grass. There is nowhere for that lead car to move. Doesn't look like that lead car has a lot of speed to it in comparison to Daniels. Daniels just looks like he's able to get on the door at will. Oh, a little bit of an over rotation now for Marcus, just not kind of falling apart a little bit here in comparison to Logan's just stellar lead and getting that car everywhere it needs to be. Again, not getting all of the transition there either. Across the line for Marcus, Logan didn't really have a lot to work with there, and unfortunately for Marcus, just I think 2 significant mistakes in that lead.
Yeah, we saw at the end of the run, Marcus just smoking down the tires. He is not happy with this run here. Just this track demands a lot of consistency. I've said it multiple times, a lot of consistency and a lot of focus. And it was only a matter of time before it caught a driver out on both runs, and there were some significant mistakes in both the lead and the chase here. Heading into, I believe this is turn 3 here on run 2. The replay, you can see he's going very shallow, struggling to try and get this car going, and then smoking the wall, heading into the final corner, just smashing that rear quarter panel into that wall. And I don't see how the judges could see this going any other way. But yeah, I'd like to pay respects as well to Logan Daniels, family friend there. It's really unfortunate what happens, but you know, thoughts and prayers are with you, buddy.
Again, just
Waiting
for a call here a little bit. I guess, I think they're just going to make sure, and they're going over it just to make sure. And yeah, there we go. Logan Daniel is going to be getting the win. Logan, moving on into your top 16. Unfortunately for Marcus Heinen, getting knocked out in the 32. And I won't have to misread his name as Heine anymore. But another Irish driver. Ireland actually showing up big today. Unfortunately, they did lose a driver there, but we are moving in to the top 32. Speaking of Ireland, welcome back. Top 16. Words are hard. Welcome back, Warren Greiner and Austin Zalewski. Austin representing Team on the Mountain. I'm sure a lot of you guys out there who do play Assetto Corsa are well aware of who these people are. You know, putting out some of the best cars and tracks. A to Z is Austin Zalewski going up against Warren Greiner in the lead position in the chase position, from Ireland in that S13, who apparently needs to be disqualified because his car is too hot, boy. Chat, you let me down. Austin in the lead, Warren Greiner giving chase. Warren trying to put an end to Austin's run. Austin trying to be able to do what they were trying to do in Long Beach. Oh, big dive from the chase position. Warren right there on the door of Austin, not letting him get anywhere. Austin very, very smooth, getting all of that wall. Again, big flicks from the OTM driver in the lead position, but Warren from Flicks Nation right there on the door. Not one of the most exciting chase runs we've seen today, just surging in, almost at will, a little bit shallow there, unfortunately, on that outer zone, Strix, but maybe one tire off for Austin on the exit as well. I know for sure that Rumble is a tire drop, but wow.
Yeah, I gotta bring this up. That car is squatting like a sponge in the back end. It is incredible how much play is in the back end there. You can see it it just almost bottoms out at some sections, but that is kind of what you need here, you know? This is there are very harsh elevation changes here, and you really need your suspension to be somewhat soft in order to be able to handle it. Kind of wish the tire would be poked in just a little bit.
Nah.
But I'm being fair to the drivers here. You do need pretty incredibly soft suspension to be able to run these aggressive elevation changes, which I did say was going to be a factor. So
Warren now leading in the S13, giving chase is Austin Zalewski.
Put it this way, chat. Put it this way. He just got cut out.
Haters.
He just got
bunch of
cut
haters. Bunch of haters. I'm just in the lead. Warren Greiner chasing is Austin Zalewski, trying to put an end to Greiner's run now through this bracket. Austin, a little bit of a straight in there, but almost tactical as he's just trying to make sure that lead car, which we've seen has a lot of speed in it, does not get away. Ooh, maybe a tire into the grass there. Definitely a checkup from the lead car, giving Austin, into the wall. Big wall contact with the wall. That big wind coming back to bite Warren Greiner. Nowhere for the boy to go. Unfortunately, just bounced off the wall. Austin Zalewski being able just to shove him out of the way and across the line for that S15. That was scary.
That was significant. That is the most significant mishap we've seen since the first run of the day, with a driver going wide in turn 1. You can see that spongy suspension with the 180 up ahead, going through turn 1 and heading into turn 2.
To be clipping though.
Zalewski in the chase. doing as good as he can to try and keep up to that 180 with a dynamic quarter panel cutouts. But yeah, it just looks like Warren takes a little too much into that corner, catches the edge on the wall, and ends the run right there.
And that is going to be no surprise to think anyone watching. Austin Zalewski getting the win, moving on into the Great 8. Oh, no, we're still in 32. Goodness. Oh, no, I was right. Who wants to come here and give me numbers? Because apparently I just don't know how numbers work. But great run from Warren Greiner. Unfortunately, that is another Irish driver getting knocked out. Austin trying to do what they were trying to do in Long Beach. That car just did not look set in Long Beach, but looking really good now. We have Caio Fonseca going up against Logan Daniels. Logan is going to be leading with Caio, our number 28 qualifier, getting that win, moving on into the top 16. Logan in the lead in the blue and teal and like aqua S15. I'm sure those of you who know colors will be able to correct me on that one too. Chad just doesn't like me today. That's all good. It's fine. Logan in the lead, but I'm going to say just a little bit laggy. We'll see if that plays a factor in the run, but Caio, strong chase so far. Just trying to mirror that lead car. Logan's leads are definitely some of the best and most fluid we've seen today. On level with our number 1 qualifier, Zach O'Sullivan. Very, very strong on that wall. Being very brave with that wall, but right in the chase is Caio Fonseca. Fonseca doing their best to be able to... Oh, Logan, big flick. Going a little bit wide, but using that angle to be able to get the car where he needed to be. Fonseca doing a great job of not recovering, but just reacting to it. Good run from both. Solid chase from Fonseca.
Yeah, this track has been producing a lot of very entertaining runs, and this is no exception here. We see Logan Daniels in the lead, doing what he does best, being clinical. Caio Fonseca not letting it up, though, not getting phased by that driving, getting all of the outer zone that he needs, getting right up against the door and maintaining that proximity, not pushing and pulling, just staying right where he needs to be. And then heading into the final corner, heading down and transitioning. We can see, very shallow heading into that final corner. It's going to be a big mistake that the judges are going to be looking at. Logan Daniels might be at a slight advantage here.
All right, Logan chasing now in that S15 with the zebra seats. Sheesh.mp4. Hey! Logan chasing. Fonseca in the lead. I'm just going to avoid his first name. I don't want to disrespect the man. Good job getting all of that outer zone, but Logan right there on the door. Not getting phased, not getting thrown away, not taking that shallow line we've seen a lot of guys do in a turn number 1. But Fonseca trying to leave his mark on these walls, trying to rip the sponsor banners off. They're painted, buddy. You can't do that. Again, right on the wall is Fonseca. Logan Daniels, again, going a little bit shallow, actually, getting a little bit of that clipping point in his chase run, using the banking of the corner to be able to just sit into the pocket of Fonseca, of Caio in the lead, and both with a tire off in the going across the line. Just Fonseca, you madman.
Man, Caio knew that he had to lay it down hard for this run. He knew he had to lay it all down. And he definitely committed to one of the most aggressive runs I've seen, up against the wall consistently. It's just that last part, just before the finish line, dropping that tire. It is, it makes me really sad to see, because Caio really threw down hard, and that is a pretty significant mistake to make, dropping a tire off. And of course Logan Daniels following, but that's no fault of his own. He was just following the car ahead. He was driving the absolute snot out of that S15. He knew he was at a disadvantage. He did what he could, and it's up to the judges at this point, but I'm pretty sure we all know where it's going to be going. And it's just, you hate to see it after a driver doing so well against the wall. Just, you hate to see it.
That's just,
Whoa! Wait, what? That's interesting.
Oh, yeah. Wait, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get a judge for you, just to clarify. But that is going to be a Caio Fonseca win. Caio Fonseca is going to be getting the win and moving on. I don't know when we'll be able to get that judge for you. It might be now. It might be after the battle coming up. But we are going to get clarification from you. But Logan Daniels, unfortunately, knocked out. And that will be the end of their run. All right, really quick, Harold, do you have any insight for us on that last run?
Yes, for these last 2 runs, coming in, just Logan's lead run compared to Caio's lead run. Caio just threw down a better lead run. Now, he's coming into the last power alley going down the last hill. There was a big straighten from Logan. You can kind of see it on the screen. There was a little straighten by the lead car. And also there was a little bit of correction from Logan as well, which caused a little maybe hiccup from Caio. So we kind of gave it fault to lead. And coming to the follow run for Logan, he was just off that second outside wall heavily, and just Caio just threw down a better lead. So lead to lead, chase to chase, just Caio just took it. So we gave it a win to Caio.
All right, thank you. We kind of hyper fixated on that last corner, so thanks for bringing the whole picture into us.
No problem.
All right, that's
That
Harold
was-
McKinney.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm stepping on your toes here.
No, I was stepping on yours, bye. You go on.
That's Harold, our supreme leader here at ESTA, Initial Dive, for those who might know him. But just wanted to make sure that everything he said made sense. It was just we kind of focused on that last corner, the two of us. So Austin Zalewski now going to see if they can take down Fonseca. Fonseca trying to be able to keep the Brazilian hopes alive and at least get one of them into the top 4, and he's doing everything he can right now. There is some black paint on that gray S15 of Zalewski right now. Caio is riding this momentum. Big entry into this outer zone here with Zalewski, but Fonseca will not be beaten, will not go down slowly into the night. It is right on the door. Maybe a little tap to the rear quarter panel of Zalewski. Fonseca is driving out of his mind right now.
Fonseca, you madman! This
Oh, my
is
head hurts.
unleashed. That was. What do I say?
That was a wombo combo. That was
What
a
do I
wombo
say?
combo.
What
That was a
do
wombo
I
combo.
even say? Look at how close he gets here. There is like, you can see you can't even see the passenger side tire. You cannot see that tire. It is straight through the door. You cannot get closer than that. And yet Caio found the exact spot he needed his car to be, and he does it again right there. That is incredible. That is incredible commitment. You have to be super comfortable in your car and with the lead driver in order to be able to do that. And that is just nutty consistency and commitment from Caio. We could be seeing him going all the way.
Yeah, let's not take anything away from Zalewski, though. To be able to put down a good chase, you need to be able to put down a good lead. Zalewski did everything they needed to do in the lead position, but what are these people known from OTM is their chases, their absolute incredible chasing ability. So don't count Zalewski out yet. He says, Ben, if you could do a little contact, so can I, but missing a little bit of that second outer zone, getting into this big, long sweeper, but right there on Fonseca, trying to put the pressure on. Oh, and maybe a little bit of contact on the wall for Fonseca. Shades of his teammate as we are going into the last half of this run here. Big banking on this last corner. Zalewski says, buddy, you think you know, but you don't know. Right on the door of Fonseca across the line.
Oh, this pair of runs is half an inch shy of being a blood sport. I swear to you. These drivers are throwing down, and this is the top 8 of Group 2. We haven't even gotten to the finals yet, and we've been seeing incredible driving. You can see in the run 2, though, pay attention to this. We're going to see Austin Zalewski get very close. We're going to see a little bit of contact right there, I think. A little bit of contact. Maybe not quite letting Caio be able to transition where he wants to. And unfortunately, that is what causes that contact. But the judges are going to have to look at that and determine whether that was because of contact or because of Austin not giving Kaio enough room to transition, or if it was just a fault that Fonseca had made all on his own. But in spite of that, how do you even describe this? How do you even describe this pair of runs to people in words? You almost have to like record this on video and just be like, here, you want to know what drifting is about? Watch this. Like,
or you can always send them to twitch.tv/Podium Esports, am I right?
And hey, thank you,
like
everybody.
and subscribe.
Yeah, thank you everybody for following, and thank you all of you who are subscribing as well to the channel. We really do appreciate it. We see some Twitch Prime people out there. You know, you can subscribe for free, and you get some sick emotes too. But you know, this is a textbook example of lead and chase driving here. Textbook example. Like, this is extremely exciting to watch. It's very close. The judges are still trying to think of things like to pick apart in order to determine who's going to win this one. And it's just incredibly exciting to watch. Like, just, this is the most excited I've been for a drifting, like a pair of drifting runs in a while.
I can hear it in your voice. Thank you for the follows out there. Thank you as well to Garem. I'm absolutely said your name wrong for the sub as well.
And
the only thing I can think of, Strix, is going back and while you were speaking, be able to look at the runs a little bit more clinically, is I think Zalewski probably had the more overall exciting chase, but also Fonseca didn't have to sacrifice to be able to put their chase in. Was able to hit all the same zones that Zalewski hit, was able to put their car all the same places Zalewski was.
Wow, and we got a drift call.
And almost on cue, I think that will be the reason that Caio Fonseca from Brazil is one of your final 4 drivers, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know enough Portuguese to say anything, but I'm sure some people in chat will be able to pick up slack for me. But Fonseca is going to be going against O'Sullivan in the first battle of your final 4, driving absolutely out of his mind. The number 28 qualifier, knocking out Austin Zalewski, your number 4 qualifier. Unfortunately, that will be it for him. I think just too many little baubles and Fonseca getting away with that boop to the wall. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for group number 2. We still have 2 more groups left to go as Charlie Weaver jumping in here. I think we figured it out, but let's hear from a judge's mouth.
Yeah, that was a very, very close battle. Honestly, what it came down to is on Austin's chase, he shouted up in some areas, and he also a couple of the taps that he had given Kawau, also Kawau had to readjust and like kind of readjust on the line he was taking, like coming into the second wall ride. Just before that, there was a little bit of contact coming out of the first wall ride, and Kawhi had to like readjust. So we deemed that that was a little bit of a mistake on Austin's part. Like, he shouldn't have done that. So, and then him showering up in his chase in one part of the track, we felt like Kawhi deserved the win on that. It was a very close battle, though. Very, very nice to watch.
Yeah, probably one of the most exciting runs of the day. Thank you, Charlie, and
you guys are welcome.
We'll probably be hearing from you again with how close some of these are.
I mean, seeing how this is all going, this could be an awesome event. I'm very looking forward to all the battles that are about to come.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, one of your judges, Charlie Weaver. There, we are just going to take a very, very quick break because I need to pee. But we'll be stepping away here very quickly to get your 3rd out of 4 group in here. A lot of heavy hitters in that group, as we will see when we come back. But before we go, ladies and gentlemen, we want to be able to thank the groups and various manufacturers, the groups and companies that are supporting ESDA this season. A lot of people stepped up in a big way, and this round and this season of the Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club will exceed your expectations for your next project. Visit BigDuckClub.com for more. Nexen Tire, one of the leading manufacturers in drift competition around the world, from race to street, Nexen has a tire for you. Nexen Tire, we got you. Visit local dealers for more. NRG Innovations, from hubs, wheels, shift knobs, and more, NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing as well, NRG continues to innovate. Visit Get NRG for more information. Next Level Racing. Next Level Racing is the world's leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for your next racing or flight sim edition, cockpit, or accessories, please check out nextlevelracing.com. And finally, Vosan. Vosan, the leading source for competitive drift content across the Assetto Corsa platform. Want the track from today's event? Want more than that? Want all the ESDA tracks? You can go to vosan.co. That is VOSAN.co for more. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with you. Some more ESDA action. We are just cresting the halfway point in today's event. So do not go anywhere. There is tons more driving left for you. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in Brazil at Megaspace for round number 2 of the ESDA Esports Drift Association Championship presented by Big Duck Club. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here again in group number 3. This is 3 of 4 and a lot of strong drivers here. as we greet you again once here at Mega Space. This track has seemed to provide a lot of entertainment, a lot of really strong driving so far tonight, a lot of close battles, a lot of very close chase runs, but we are nowhere near done as we still have 16 drivers. We have 16 drivers to come back here as we take another look at our track map. Strix, again, maybe just point out some hotspots from what we've seen already today in terms of points to keep aware of for those who might just be tuning in now.
Yeah, the first point you want to be aware of is turn 1. That is going to be the most important part of your run, especially because you're coming up a hill. Like, I'm not sure if it shows really as well through the stream, but you're going right up the hill, and then as you're cresting over it, you're going to start initiating. Like, that initiation is practically blind. And then throughout the rest of the course, you're having to deal with a lot of elevation changes. We saw a lot of crazy things happen on turns 2 and 3, where you can get really, really close to those walls there, and we've seen some people get way too close to it. Consistency and commitment are very important here, but you don't want to overcommit, because in those two turns, in turn 2 and turn 3, you will get bitten if you are overcommitting just a little too much. But we have also seen some drivers nudge the wall just a little bit and be able to get away with it. So it's pretty much a give and take, sort of like what risk are you willing to make sort of thing. And beyond just that, I've been noticing a lot of drivers are using that final sector in the green there to try and catch up if they've lost any proximity over the previous 2 sectors. So that's another place to watch out for. Maybe the drivers want to clean up their sector 4 and 5s just to make sure they don't have to try and chase back up in that sector 6.
Yeah, as we're going to have our first battle gridding right now. This is the first battle of this number 3, this group 3 bracket. Some strong drivers in here. We're going to go from bottom to top. Augusto Ferreira going against Olivier Blair. That is your last hometown hero, Augusto. Going to try to see if they can go up against their other Brazilian comrade in Fonseca, Caio Fonseca, in the finals. Adriel Machado, I'm very sorry, in 26th qualifier, going against Johan Garcia, getting a lot better qualifying in this round than they were looking for. Excellent job from them. Olivier Eppinger, I hope, going up against Britt Walford, also known as XE Wanted. Definitely not getting the Long Beach they were looking for. And this battle, Martinez Ostreika going up against Cameron Sandwich with Mustard, Bologna and Mustard. I'm very sorry. I know this is, I'm not Jared, but there's comes a time in every man's life where he sees a pun so easy to make that he just must. I apologize. It's out of my system. We're good to go.
It was Cameron Mustard in the library with a candlestick.
Yours was way better than mine. yours was so much better. All right, I've lost pun privileges for the rest of the day, apparently. as we're just waiting on Martinez to be able to join our session here. We might be seeing... Oh, no, there they are. I was going to say we might be seeing a buy run from Mustard here, but does not look to be the case as they are moving up onto the line to be able to chase Martinez Ostreika.
And thank you, everybody, for following, and thank you, everybody, for subscribing to the channel. We really do appreciate it. We love putting these events on for you. So if you feel as though you want to support the channel, give us a follow. We've got more content ready for you in the future. And if you really want to support us, we'd appreciate those subscriptions.
Leading is Martinez Ostreika. Chasing is Cameron Mustard, the only Scot in competition today, I do believe. Very, very close already, not wasting any time. Right on the door of that BMW E30, the VR38 powered BMW E30 in the lead position. Very, very smooth, doing a great job on that. Whoa! Did he hit it? I have no idea. Right on the wall of that E30. Oh. Ooh. Interesting.
That's really going to be interesting. I noticed on my end, like, I'm watching the I'm watching the broadcast preview because I couldn't quite get all the things I needed to get in order to get in there. But I think it was a hearty
soup.
Hearty bowl of Campbell's soup.
Yeah, Campbell's Chunky, perhaps the butter chicken variety. This pepper steak, which is quite delicious.
You're making
Campbell's. Hold the phone. Campbell's. Our business email is in the description. Let's make this happen. We've been making this joke for over a year. Let's make this happen. I'll even take like Nexen ramen noodles. That's soup. Mr. Noodles, a very underrated, delicious snack. But we're not talking about the run here because you guys already know what it's about. It's coming down to this lag. Not a whole lot we could say. It does look like it's on the fault of Mustard. If I'm correct, it does look like Mustard's the one that jittered around. So I'm not sure if they're going to
put Mustard in the soup.
I'm upset. I'm upset.
Put Mustard in the soup in the library with the candlestick.
I hate it here. Listen, this is the punishment that I'm getting from all the jokes I made during VDS. This is fine. We think we're gonna be driving again. We're ready to. Oh yeah, they are lined up. They're ready to go. Okay, I was just waiting to see if we heard anything from the judges, but we have not. So we'll be able to clarify that maybe a little bit when we see whatever happens here. Mustard in the lead. Mustard on the beat. In the lead. Ostrika giving chase. Huge advantage for that E30. Have to imagine there's a huge advantage for that E30. We'll see what happens here, but still getting a good chase run in. Isos, what are you doing? What? Try the S15 into the wall, bouncing off the wall and being able to keep it going. Tons of speed in that E30. Is this over aggressiveness going to come back to bite him as on the wall, tire and smoke going through that concrete wall of Cameron Mustard? If this is how he's going to go out, he will not go quietly into the night for Team RPM. Big angle from the S15 in the lead and across the line. That was like a scene out of Highlander, and they both do 360s.
Incredible. Yeah, that first run, we're gonna have to see what the judges think about that and what they talk about there. But with that second run, so close, making that contact, heading into turn 2 here, you can see just a big bop into the wall. Definitely gonna have to look at that as well and try and figure out who's at fault for that one. Whether it was Cameron Mustard just slowing up just a little too much, or if it was Martinez Ostrika just charging in a little bit too hard as well. And, you do want to get as close as you can, but if you get too close, you're going to risk taking a big deduction with the judges. So we're going to have to see... what the judges call here, Keenan.
Yeah, I honestly, we could sit here and discuss, yeah, okay. And we already have a judge in here, and the call is Cameron Mustard. I'm assuming that's why you're here, Harold.
Yes. So coming out of the first run, it was a really, really difficult call because track coordinator Wes came in. We discussed over it. And we told him, did he reset his connection and everything? So we were going to give him 5 minutes, and he said he's already reset. So with that said, if he reset it again and came back, it was going to probably be the same thing that is going to happen. So with the new rule that we got in place this year, we go based off how we see it. If you lagged, then that's on you. So we gave that fault to Martinez, sadly, and the following run, there was a couple contacts by Martinez and whatnot. But Cameron managed to pull through with the run, and we gave it to Cameron. We hate to see runs that goes down to these type of calls because connection is not the driver's fault. It's just connection is playing just poor, having a bad day with the driver today. So
yeah, thanks for clearing. I really was confused there, so thanks for clearing it up. That's why I'm glad we have this open line of dialogue. But good luck for the rest of the day.
No problem.
All right, next battle is going to be Brett Walford in that Mustang going up against Olivier Eppinger out of Hungary. Me too, man. Me too. But yeah, it's Hungary. Okay, cool. I was like, the name looks French, but I don't know how Europe do. But we are good to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Second battle of the second group, top 32. Wentad in the lead, representing Xenon, longtime ESDA competitors. Going up against Eppinger, or Eppinger, I'm not quite sure, in the low origin S14. Good entry from Wanted. Walford trying to make their best run here as they not... Oh, that's going to be fun to look back at. Just as I was about to say, just an uncharacteristic mistake from Walford and Long Beach. They're trying to be able to make up for that. In mid-sentence. Hey, everybody, who wants seconds? Who wants seconds? Hey! Welcome to the soup kitchen. May I take your order? All we've got is Italian wedding, minestrone, Italian wedding, and hot water with lemon in it. That's if that's what you. But unfortunately, it's just gonna come down to what that contact was.
Your little soup exclamation kind of gave us a prime sub. So congratulations.
Nice. Yeah, I just was trying to see if there was contact before Brett was in the wall. Anything that I'm definitely very biased. Brett's a homie of mine. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you guys. Good friend of mine, good practice partner of mine. I don't want to see him out here, so I was looking to see maybe if he got bumped or got pushed. But looking like Brett just did this exact same thing, unfortunately, he did last round and just drove right into the wall, just a little bit too aggressive. But alternate entities, Olivier Eppinger in the lead, representing Hungary. I believe the only Hungarian driver in competition today. Against the electric Mustang that has no audio for me. Very cool. Right on the door of that S14, but some gap is going to be open. Big mistake from Walford in the chase. Big, nice and straight. Not quite getting the run they're looking for. And unfortunately for Walford, that lead car, that S14, bouncing off the wall, ricocheting like it's Tony Hawk, ladies and gentlemen. Using that momentum to try to pull away from that Mustang, but I believe it's too little too late from Brett Walford. Definitely not the chase they were looking for. And is just missing that one of the only inner clips in the course across the line. That's a hard pill to swallow for Wanted.
Yeah, Brett Walford, unfortunately, just not looking super comfortable on this track with that car, and I don't blame him. This is definitely the more difficult tracks on the calendar right now. But Olivier Eppinger, even though he had a significant advantage, all he really had to do is play a safe run. He still manages to tag the wall just a little bit. He's doing a little sticker slap right there.
Man,
Tony Hawk reference.
I started it. I understand what I did. I know what I did.
But the judges have made their call.
And that's I don't want to be rude, but there was no way that was going Walford. All Olivier all day. The Hungarian driver will be getting the win. And you know what? I know why I couldn't hear Brett's car, because I was listening for a Ford V8. But what he actually has in there is a VR38. So I'm not actually mad that he lost now. That's okay. Friendship ended with Brett. But Cameron Mustard, Olivier Eppinger is going to be your first top 16 battle, group number 3. But to get there, we still have 2 more 32s to go. Adriel Machado, that's definitely not right, going up against Johan Garcia. Johan, also a homie, got that Rick Montech Racing Simulation sponsorship on the bumper or the rear of that car. Actually, fortunately for me, and not having to mispronounce the person's name, but unfortunately for you guys, Machado is not here. So Johan Garcia is going to be getting a bye run. Johan Garcia going to be getting a bye run and a win, moving into the top 16, barring we don't see any zeros here.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty simple call here. He just needs to get through the run, no tire drops, no big mistakes, no shutdowns, and he's going to be advancing on. It's a shame about Adriel not being able to make it here, but
Ooh, Johan, you madman.
Catching the wall.
It says VR38 in his sign-up sheet, but I'm thinking he changed engines in that car because that is definitely a very, very much Merca under the hood.
There's that angle. He's just out here having fun.
Yeah. See the Njuku logo on the back of that car reminded me that next weekend, same channel, June 13th, Sunday, June 13th, 1 p.m., we will have our first round of US Drift, everybody. That is US Drift, a street sim series, going to be taking place at Englishtown, New Jersey. You want to watch some competitive drifting and some slower cars, some 300 horsepower bangers? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have 200 of the best sim racing drivers, sim drifters qualifying, weeding it down to 32 and showing you that 32 competition on Sunday, June 13th, and hope to see you there. But that is Johan Garcia moving on into your top 16. Next battle on deck. I'm very torn here. Olivier Blais in one of the coolest looking S14s on the grid, going up against another Brazilian in Augusto Ferreira. It is Quebec, Canada versus Brazil. Who's got the horn? Which one of you is it? I need to know. All I heard was mid-sentence. That's great. But just got word on Machado, his power. So unfortunately for them, there is technical failures in sim racing, but unfortunately that's completely out of their hands. But Blais in the lead, Augusto giving chase. Going at this run with gusto is Augusto trying to get all of the door of Blais, but not quite getting the line they were looking for in turn number 1. Blais looking so much cleaner and better than they did in round number 1 at Long Beach. All of that outer zone is Olivier. Getting all of that outer zone, Olivier Castifela. Both of those barriers, that big wing facing through. Insane proximity on those walls. Gusto dropping back a little bit. Olivier trying to make up for the mistakes of his past and move on into the 16. Augusto is going to have some work to do.
Olivier, can I just say merci beaucoup? That was a fantastic job up against the wall. Practically perpendicular with it. I don't think I've seen anybody get that perpendicular to the wall, that close to the wall, without just pulling right off of it again. Fantastic job from Olivier. And Augusto Ferreira, nothing to shake a stick at it either. Definitely a threat from behind there, because with good lead runs come good chase runs. And you could see there, Augusto was able to make up a decent amount of ground as Olivier gets perpendicular with that wall, like I said. And then Olivier throwing huge angle, big flick, heading into the final corner, but Augusto not shaken, not stirred, definitely right up against the door, ready for more.
Olivier going to be giving chase now. The only thing that I saw that maybe fills me with a little bit of concern is that S14 in chase, not the fastest car on the grid, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see right here. Augusto, very good entry. Olivier a little bit shallow, but pushing that car back out wide. Going to be able to see if he can keep on the door Ferreira throughout the course of this whole run. Big entry. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Right on the door, shoving him into the wall. And unfortunately, Augusto just having nowhere to go. That car being locked into the grass. That is going to be the end of a run. It is going to come down to that contact. Cisco, you can't hear Cisco, but I wish I would have sent you the Osti Krista Tabamak. My poor guy. I'm upset.
Yeah,
but
oh well.
Soup. It's soup in French. Soup.
Sup.
But
How about you?
Get out. It's just gonna come down to that contact. Unfortunately, that's all we can really talk about.
Yeah, watching on the run 2 replay here, you can see Augusto heading into the turn 2, and it's hard to see through that smoke to try and determine who's really at fault there. Augusto, of course, trying to finish out that run anyways, but going a little bit wide on that corner.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I don't see Augusto doing any sort of weird slowdowns or checkups. I mean, again, my bias is very clear here. I apologize to all the Brazilians, but us Canadians get nothing. We have nothing. We had 2 Canadians in the whole field today. One of them's already out. That's all I have left. You guys already got 2 in there.
Well,
chill.
Keenan, unfortunately, it seems as though
Yeah. It's just, man, I give nothing but respect to Blair for getting over aggressive, but really great lead run. This is second run in a row they've qualified. I expect big things from Olivier, either next round or maybe coming on to the end of the season. Just a misjudgment there in chase. But we are going to be having our first top 16 battle of Olivier Eppinger going up against, almost said Colonel Mustard, Cameron Mustard. I hate you. Look what you've done to me. Cameron going to be being your number 31 qualifier going against Olivier, your number 18 qualifier. As we got them both on the line, ready to go. Again, I believe our only Scot who qualified here. Shout out to Scotland. Cameron driving out of Glasgow. Not even going to try to do the accent again. That was spooky. But leading is Olivier. Chasing is Cameron Mustard. S14 leading. S15 chasing. Like to see that gap a little bit closer, and on command, Cameron says, "Do not worry, my sir. You'll get what you're asking for." Right onto the door of the lead car, but Olivier looking very strong, putting that car in all the right places. Very fluid. Not a word we've used today in the broadcast, Olivier. Oh no, big separation. Cameron, big flick as well. That just does not seem like the car went to angle for him there. Across the line for Cameron Mustard. Strix, it looks like it just didn't get the hook that they were looking for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it seemed like Cameron just didn't have the rear end grip he wanted to right when he needed it. Heading into turn one, you can see getting all the outer zone. Cameron still there, definitely not as close as we've seen, but he was close enough there, getting right up against the wall, filling that outer zone as well, doing a good job of that. Transitioning just about across the bumper and getting very close here, even a little bit of contact between the two drivers, but not enough to really shake Olivier. And then heading into the final corner, it just seemed like Olivier just stepped on the gas and left Cameron behind. Maybe Cameron took too much angle or took a little too much time to try and transition. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but Mustard just got left in the dust.
Yeah, I think because the car gripped up and he just went, whoa, and just not it's just kind of more damage control at that point. But unfortunately, no real major mistakes that I saw from Eppinger in the lead. So, but here we go. Leading is Mustard, chasing is Eppinger. Really strong start from Eppinger. Big angle in that first outer zone, but Olivier, again, just knows what he has to do here. No major mistakes. Get close, but not too close. Whoa, that RPM machine getting all of that wall right on the paint of that sponsor wall going into the second one. Nice and smooth. Maybe a little bit of a bobble in the lead position, but Olivier, again, not phased. Really good proximity from this chase car right on the door. Getting a little bit of separation, but closing it right back up, making a statement, coming across the line. Ladies and gentlemen, Olivier Eppinger is here to stay. Not taking much away from Cameron, but unfortunately, I don't think it was enough to make up for that mistake.
Yeah, it's just that proximity wasn't quite what we saw in Colonel Mustard that we did see in on Olivier. There was a good don't get me wrong, it was a really good chase run from Cameron, but it's just that little bit better from Olivier, and of course the judges do agree with us here.
Yeah, really quick, that's going to be an Olivier win. Moving on, again, just Cameron getting that little straighten. Unfortunate, but we'll be moving on is Olivier Eppinger into the Great 8. Who will he be facing? The winner of this battle. Johan Garcia against Augusto Ferreira. Augusto representing Brazil. Johan, the first top 16 ESD competition this vehicle has seen. It is absolutely Augusto that has the horn. Never mind, my new favorite. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go. Run number 1 here of the top 16 battle. Winner goes up against your winner, Olivier Eppinger, in the top 8 to see who makes Final 4. Brazil coming out in droves. Their home track, their home driver, Augusto Ferreira. Can they get 2 drivers into the Final 4? Johan trying to play spoiler here, a little bit of a straight in there, but no real major mistake. Augusto right there in lockstep in chase. Words of our fallen comrade Ian Plash. Right there on the door of that lead car is Augusto. Johan not getting all the zones they're looking for. Some getting all of some outer zones and not of all of some of them. Very, very wishy-washy. A big flick though from Johan. Augusto letting a little bit of separation. Johan straightening out just a little bit. Missing a little bit of that inner clip. Johan not getting the run they were looking for. Their follow or their buy run was clean, so we know it's there. Just didn't really see it there.
Yeah, this track definitely demands a lot of consistency, and unfortunately for Johan, I don't think this was his most consistent run throughout the entirety of the course. You see right around here on turn 3, he starts getting a little bit faltery. His angle isn't quite as consistent throughout the corner. He seems almost like a little wiggly. Heading through turn 4, same kind of difference, not really as bad, but you can definitely see a little, kind of almost like a little twitch. And then heading into the power alley here, once again, a little bit more twitching in the front end there. So the judges are going to have to look at this and see how it handles. Johan apparently here, according to chat, with PC issues in all of this.
Yeah, I do remember hearing something about that a little bit on Instagram earlier this week. Johan Garcia in the chase now. Augusto Ferreira in the lead. Right on the rear of Ferreira is Garcia trying to put an end to this run. This hope of Escuco getting 2 drivers into the finals here. Johan, just not getting the zones he needs. Still doing everything they need to do right now in the lead position for Garcia, almost into the wall again. That rear wing hanging over that concrete, but I think it's too little too late. I think that Brazil, it will be moving on once again. Escuco, wow.
Yeah. Wow, Johan knew he was at a disadvantage and threw it all down. That was incredible. They got very close on the exit of turn 1. You can see right there, right on the quarter panel. Can't even see the passenger side door. Can't even see the passenger side wheel, rather. Getting a little bit of contact as well as into turn 2. And heading down into the transition of turn 3. Johan just not getting the angle, not transitioning, the front end washing out, and unfortunately that was pretty much the rest of the run.
Yeah, not too much to talk about there now. Augusto Ferreira from Brazil getting the win. It is now Brazil versus Hungary. Ferreira versus Eppinger. 23rd qualifier versus 18th qualifier. The winner moves into the Final 4. Will we see 2 Brazilians on their home course in the Final 4? Only time will tell, as this is Group 3's Grade 8 battle. Again, shout out to, he's got to stop with the horn or he's going to kill me. I don't know if you can hear it on the stream. He's got a goofy air horn, and I'm about to fall out of my chair. Shout out to our fallen comrade, Ian Plash, out on work for the weekend. Ian, we miss you. Hope you're having a good weekend, brother. Oh, big entry from Bo, just keeping it on the track. I think it was Eppinger almost dropping the tire into the grass, as we saw in group number 1, top 32 action. But Augusto is not phased. Right there. Can't even see these cars in the big trail of smoke from both of them. Destroying these Nexen tires. I don't care what it says on their car. Right on the door. Oh, Augusto! Oh, no! Augusto just getting some grip there. We're going to have to watch that back. Augusto just gripping up. The car looked like it just was fighting him, maybe dropping out of boost, maybe just a little bit of turbo lag, but as soon as he got the grip, he went into that corner way too fast, and unfortunately, it was all over from there.
That's unfortunate to see. Augusto Ferreira and Olivier Eppinger, I think that's how you say that. Maybe, probably not.
It's Hungarian. I don't think it's French.
Yeah. But in any case, both drivers, you know, they know that a lot is on the line here to try and get into the Final Four. You can see Augusto making a slight contact through turn 4, I believe, and it's just after that he just seemed to fall apart. Anybody would really, if you get too close and notice that contact, that can really set you off and just put you off balance. And yeah, Augusto just getting the rest of that corner just messed up and then hitting the wall.
Olivier going to be chasing now. Augusto Ferreira, we've seen do some great things in the lead before. It's still all hope is not lost. I do believe judges would probably back out and check telemetry from both drivers just to see if there was some sort of slowdown in the lead position. So Brazilians out there still have the hope. Bring the hype. Right on the door of Augusto is Eppinger right there. Big flick into the outer zone, almost 90 degrees, being able to pull that car back and fluidly take that first big, long wall ride outer zone, going into wall number 2. Unfortunately, blacking out all of our sponsors. Are both these cars roasting these rear tires? Oh no, Olivier! Olivier with the same mistake, just transitioning a little bit too early, hitting the rear quarter of Augusto. Ladies and gentlemen, this battle's been blown wide open.
Wow. What an interesting turn of events. These two really want that Final Four bad, but they're just going a little too hard into that final corner there. Of course, bringing up another bowl of soup on both runs. Bowl of soup.
I hate to cut you off into I see what's about to happen. I hate to cut you off from doing your impression of your sleep paralysis demon, but ladies and gentlemen, when you have 2 zeros in the chase like that, it goes lead to lead, and judges determine without much hate, with a little bit of haste, OMT. They are going at it again one more time. Strix, out of all the battles I've watched today, this is the one that I want to see go the most. Both these guys know how to fight. Both these guys know when the chips are down, how to bring out the boxing gloves.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Augusto and Olivier both had incredible runs on their leads and chases, and we're about to see something incredible from them. Hopefully they can clean up that final part of the course.
Oh, big flick, sorry to cut you off. Big flick from Augusto in the chase. Olivia getting all that lead run contact already. OMT battle here. Winner makes it to the Final Four. Tons on the line here for both these guys. A little bit of a straighten from the lead there to try to not get into the wall. Good job not getting into the wall, but unfortunately that is going to be a deduction. Right on the door though is Augusto Ferreira, trying to make the best out of this second chance. Here comes the power alley. Both drivers made mistakes before. Oh, Augusto doing the best they can to show here's what I can do, ladies and gentlemen of Twitch chat. Right across the bumper of Olivier, not taking anything. Oh, maybe a tire off there across the line. Not taking anything away from Olivier, but Augusto with the glow up of the century. Excellent second run, or first run of the one more time. You know what I mean?
Excellent third run. But yeah, I was busy doing other stuff, so I'm actually watching this for the first time.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah, but you can see here Augusto in the chase, getting very close, not being phased at all, not being unnerved by that first mistake, getting right up against the wall. You can see Oliver, his car just kind of bounces off the wall just a little bit, doesn't really affect his angle much. And we've been seeing drivers do that a lot. We've been seeing a lot of wall taps today, and they are just incredible. Look how close they were on that transition to the wall. So close to the wall.
Eppinger now in the chase. We know they can put down a very strong chase, but Augusto does Augusto things. In the lead. Very, very close battle so far. Second run of your OMT. Oh my God, right on the door. Olivier wasting no time, but Augusto almost kicking up rocks. He was so close to going off course there. Really great job from that lead driver. Again, big, snappy, fluid transitions. This is where Olivier made their mistake in their lead run. Augusto again, flirting with disaster there in that grass, doing try to hang it all out, put down a qualifying run, but Eppinger right there, a little bit of a straight and almost making the second mistake again, but again, gathering it up. Oh, maybe a little bit of lag there. Gonna have to look it back. A little bit of contact, and that looked unnatural. Across the line, again, one of these drivers is from South America, one from Europe, so we might see situations like that, but it is going to come down to that second run of second battle. It didn't look like contact from the chase car. It looked more so like some sort of lag as we watch this back. Again, I'm going to be a little bit behind you guys. I need more monitors. 2 is not enough. But Augusto with one of the most exciting lead runs of the day. Again, that pink car, that pink S14, the pink and purple S14, does not at any point getting phased until... Oh, it almost looks like Augusto is just at a consistent speed. I don't think Augusto slows down. But Eppinger just gets back on the throttle, anticipating Augusto is going to speed back up, and he doesn't. So I don't know if that's a lag. I don't know if that's just Olivier getting over aggressive. This is a tough call. I know the Brazilians are like, this isn't tough at all. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But in the chase camera I was using, it looked like lag. But ladies and gentlemen, Augusto Ferreira is getting the win in a nail biter against Olivier. I was trying to say Olivier because that's how you'd say it in French, but you know, you could take the Canada out of the Canadian, but the English. But that is 3 out of your 4 finalists for your final 4. 2 are Brazilian. Zach O'Sullivan out of the USA, who will be your last finalist here in ESDA round number 2 at Megaspace in Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, we will just gonna have to take one of our final breaks here. Unfortunately, I do need to breathe. I know this is news to some of you, but I'm gonna have to take a minute out of today's broadcast to be able to thank today's sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, this round of Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club will exceed your expectations for your next project. Please visit Big Duck Club for more, and thank you again to BDC for being our title sponsor for the year. Nexen Tire, one of our leading tire manufacturers in drift competition around the world. From race to street, Nexen Tire is a tire for you. Nexen Tire, we got you. Check local dealers now for more information. NRG Innovations, from hubs, wheels, shift nods, and more. NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing, NRG continues to innovate. Get NRG.com for more. And also NRG giving out some prizes here at the end of today's round. We'll get into that a little bit more when we come back. Next Level Racing is the world's leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for your next racing or flight sim edition, accessories, or cockpits, please check out nextlevelracing.com. Vosan is your leading source for competitive drift content across the Assetto Corsa platform. Want the track that you've seen today? Want any of the tracks from ESDA? You can go visit Vosan. That's VOSAN.co. Ladies and gentlemen, we were taking a quick breather here. We'll be right back. Just got to hop over, I believe, to the European servers. Don't go anywhere because we still have group number 4 from here, round number 2, ESDA Megaspace.
I'm gonna tweet it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to ESDA round number 2 from Megaspace here in Brazil. My name is Keenan Kuzin, joined in the booth today by Strix Pulsatrix and Cisco Scarmaza. Unfortunately, Strix is here because our broadcast colleague Ian Plash was beaten to death by people in the South for not having a Southern accent. So rest in peace to our broadcast partner Ian Plash, who luckily has some Phoenix Downs and probably will most likely be back maybe. But in the meantime, thoughts and prayers with his family for having to deal with him on a weekly basis. But anyway, we are back here, round number 2 here in Brazil. Couple of strong battles on deck. As we're dumb.
F's in chat, everybody. F's in chat.
Yeah, F or an 07, whichever. So our first battle actually is super interesting battle. Daryl Diaz going up against Connor Christensen. Connor in the S14, and Daryl, one of the standout performers, I think, from Long Beach. Just was on it. I don't want to say that, was one of my favorite drivers to watch in that car. So shout outs to Daryl, shout outs to Team OTM again, but Connor Christensen trying to be like, hey man, you had a great run in Long Beach, and that ends now. So here we go. Connor up on the door of Daryl. As that is my fault, but we were just not ready in broadcast. But here we go. Daryl on the door now, or Daryl leading as Connor's on the door. Very good job on these outer zones is Diaz, but Christensen not letting Diaz get anywhere. Right on the door, right in lockstep, as our fallen comrade Flash would say. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Just a little bit of contact, pushing Daryl wide. Oh, okay. Thankfully, it didn't cause too many issues. But unfortunately, just a little bit of a boop. Yeah, apologies to everybody here who missed the first half of the run. That was my fault. That was me misreading the play and thinking that we were good to go without looking at the broadcast. I thought my broadcast was frozen, so that's on me. But we got from the first outer zone, Strix, or the second outer zone. I can read as great chase from Connor. Just a little contact there at the end.
Yeah, that little contact there at the end. The judges are going to have to look at that and try to determine fault for it. Whether one driver, whether the lead driver had woed up a little bit too much, or the chase driver had charged in a little too hard. Ooh.
Oh my! Oh, okay, that's interesting. Both these guys actually teammates. I just wasn't sure from the livery from the third OTM driver, Connor, but that is gonna really, no surprise, come down to that one corner. As you know, when we have our lead car at 0 out, whether it's their fault or not, it is a dead run. The run is over. This is just for show at this point, and Connor putting on a show in the chase, caught right back up to Daryl. I think it's hard to call. I definitely want to look at the replay. I think maybe Daryl just got a little bit aggressive in that initiation, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I think the trouble really started as they initiated into that first turn there. You can see a little bit of contact between Daryl and Connor. I think, in my personal opinion, it looked like Daryl just didn't quite give enough room to Connor trying to get that Manji sort of transition in there. But one thing to keep in mind as well for your initiation is that sort of left-right left initiation isn't really mandated by ESDA. It's not necessarily a thing that you're supposed to be doing. It's something you can add for a little bit of flair. So it's going to be up to the judges whether they determine that was on the fault of Connor or the chase driver there.
That is going to be Connor with the win. Unfortunately for Daryl Diaz, again, I think just getting a little bit of aggressive in chase. But somebody from OTM moved on that round. That's Connor Christensen, going to be moving on into the top 16. ladies and gentlemen, we have two more drivers on deck. Luke Wiersma in the HDK Toyota GR Supra going up against Josh McGleenan out of Ireland representing the Ultra Clean Street Team. Shout out to UCXT. First time we've seen them in competition today. As here we go. Luke Wiersma driving out of Australia. So this is truly an international battle. Oh, getting really aggressive with that curbing is McGleenan in the lead, but Wiersma will not be denied in chase right there on the door, not really letting that initiation phase him. But as I say that, going a little bit shallow just to get that missing point of proximity to be able to get right back onto the door of that lead car as into the wall. Just a hair is McGleenan getting a little bit of that outside wall, but not letting it phase him. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to tap the wall, that's what we want to see. Nice and smooth up in the lead position. Almost a little bit of wavering in the chase, and I'm not sure if that's coming up on camera, if that's coming up on the stream, but just a little bit of shallowing to be able to keep that proximities from what I saw.
Yeah, it was definitely too shallow going through the final part of that corner. That tire drop, though, Josh dropping that tire on the grass into the initiation. I'm not sure if that's part of the judging area, so it might be okay. He might have gotten away with it. But heading down the hill, you can see he gets very close to the wall. Just a light scrape. You can see the spongy rear suspension just kind of bouncing around a little bit. But as you said, just unfazed and continuing to go with Luke behind him, just too shallow through that final corner. This will be an interesting next battle to see.
Again, both these cars beautiful. Shout out to everybody out there making liveries and for these cars, because this is one of the most beautiful grids of drifting, sim or not, that I've seen. Ooh, not quite the entry Luke was looking for. He held the e-brake a little bit long there. Allows McGleenan to be able to get right back onto the door. A little bit of a gap off the... Oh, where are you going, Josh? Oh, my goodness. Still being able to... That was just an over-rotation, ladies and gentlemen. Great recovery, but he is going to miss that outer zone. That is going to be a deduction. And then into the door. Shadow Realm. Hey, man, have you... McGleenan just looking up at Luke on, hey, man, have you seen our sponsors? Just shoving him into the wall there. Just trying to gain some ground. If he would have been able to pull that off, that would have been an amazing surge. But unfortunately, we'll have to double check the replay. But unfortunately for McGleenan, just contacting probably the worst point you could have. And once again, a bowl of it's summertime. We don't need soup. Can we have popsicles? Can we make a popsicle joke instead? Hot food is not what I want right now.
I want mushroom soup, actually. I'm probably gonna make myself mushroom soup after this. But weirdo Cisco, excuse me, producer Cisco calling me a weirdo for liking mushroom soup. How dare you?
We'll talk about this in a second.
Oh my lord. Anyway, in run two, with Luke in the lead, Josh in the chase. Josh just says, "Luke, I am your father." Tries to charge in real hard, and unfortunately, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to hit him that hard. You can tap him, but not that hard. Yeah. Unfortunately, of course, causing that big zero, and we're just waiting for the judges to determine, just finalize who's at fault here. Just try and make sure. I will say one thing though, Josh had a humongous entry into that corner there, just huge angle, and
yeah, I don't think that was on purpose. I think that was
it looked like it was over angle, but it still looked sick. It looked mad sick. But what the judges are asking for run two.
Yeah, I hate to cut you off. They're looking at the contact. What I'm seeing here in the replay, which I didn't catch during the run. I gotta turn my smoke down before we get to the finals. Look at the Supra. Just pay attention to the Supra tricks. Just watch the angle and the speed of that lead car. Don't even look at Josh. You know, Josh is sitting on that mistake, but watch this second run here, the second outer zone.
Oh yeah, charges really hard in there.
It's just like it looks like there's a speed drop from the Supra, and a late transition too. Yeah. Sorry to keep cutting you off. I just seeing.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We're both kind of piecing it together as we watch, but Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be really hard to tell, but for me, it looks like a combination of a late transition from Josh, in addition to Luke just seeming to blow up quite a lot for that corner. Just both of them kind of.
Josh did not break. Josh, Cisco, our producer, asking if Josh broke in the chase, but I think he had to go for it. You know what I mean? Like, what we're seeing today is these one-car gaps, as we do have an ESCA judge that just backed out is going to be checking the telemetry on the replays. This is our best candidate today, because I think it's a combo. I think it's a combo of Josh just giving it everything and going into that corner as fast as possible to make up as much ground, and then a combo of maybe Luke transitioning a little bit late and then blowing up a little bit to not get into that wall, which is unfortunate because, I mean, if Luke had a spotter or someone in his ear while he was driving, could have been like, hey, man, you have a huge advantage right now. Just get it in. But it is a decel zone, but, I mean, was it a normal, predictable decel, or was it over decel? It's just basically going to be down to what we're going to be seeing here as Dai is going to be checking out the replay. But, ladies and gentlemen, while our judges comb over this replay, comb over the telemetry, it is time. I'm really sorry, roommates. It is time for a little piece of trivia we do here on Podium Esports. It's time to cue the Chuck. There he goes. Speed, ladies and gentlemen. Cue the Chuck. We have a trivia question on deck here for you. We do this almost every broadcast here at Podium Esports. If you win, you get a nice head pat and a reassuring compliment based on your username. But Wes is not allowed. Wes knows the answer. He's not allowed to play. He's already won. But here is your trivia question. Ladies and gentlemen, the S13 chassis is known for its custom headlight and taillight swaps. What are the two names for these cars? First person in chat gets a virtual head pat and a very well-meaning compliment from myself.
Yeah, we're looking for the term that people use. We're not looking for the facelift of the S14. We're looking for the S13 head and tail light swaps that are most commonly done.
Alex is the man with speed. He's the man with haste. One via in the SIL 80. Alexander J. getting the Chuck question. Alexander, I'm giving you a little pat. I need you to just to. No, that sounds different. That sounds different. That sounds different. But oh wait, no, maybe I can't read. No. Jamie, no. Okay, Jamie threw me off. But Alex, I like the length of your name. It's very strong and robust and pronounced. And you drive cars real good. That's your compliment for the day. Thank you.
Job,
thanks
buddy.
for coming.
You did it. Pat the camera. Head pat the camera.
No, because then if I move it, I'll never be able to get it back. Literally, as soon as I set up my webcam, I'm like, I'm never touching this again. The amount of times I look at it funny, it goes off-centered. No. But and who gifting a sub over to Al? We should make that a thing. Yeah, there you go. And that's not going to be for every Podium broadcast, but all the ones I'm here for. Whoever gets the Chuck question right will gift you a sub.
House.
Unless you're already subbed, then you can what? Oh yeah, I'm sponsored by a '97 Camry today. Shout out to Pup, one of the best punk rock bands on the scene today from Toronto, Canada. But
from Toronto.
Judge is still looking at this call, looking at the telemetry.
By the way,
thanks everybody for coming out. First of all, there's been over 220 people here this whole goddamn time. That's nuts. That is crazy. Last year we had 120 viewers for ESD. We're like, this is great. Look at us go! Like, this is awesome. Thank you guys all for being here.
Also, I want to mention earlier in chat, Cisco posted in chat saying, I guess Hoot Wheels needs mushroom soup because she lives in the actual North Pole. I'll have you know, it is currently 91 degrees outside in Saskatchewan, Canada. But right now, we do have Charlie Weaver in the booth with us today to give us an explanation. The determination was that Josh would be given the win. Charlie, what do you have for us?
All right, so going back and looking at the run from different angles and stuff like that, we deemed that Luke Versma was braking too much going into the that wall ride, the outside zone. The part where he should have been back on power going into that zone, he was still on his brakes, and Josh kind of just had nowhere to go at that point, and Josh was trying to slow down too, and he couldn't slow the car down enough to not take out Luke Versma, who was slowing down a little bit too much. Like he was still braking going into the zone itself when you should be back on power, like everyone's been doing all day.
All right, so this was seen as a fault on Luke for just
Luke Versma got fault on that.
All right, thank you very much for that explanation. That was Charlie Weaver, one of the judges for us here at ESDA, and Josh McGleenan is going to be getting the win here at one of the more, not necessarily controversial, but more, what's the word I'm looking for? One of the more closely looked at runs today. Scrutinized. That's the word.
Sorry,
Thank
I
you.
was trying to think of the word.
Thank you. Yeah, scrutinized.
Word, man.
But that was the closest. That was the most scrutinized run of the day, which is good to see because we've been seeing a lot of calls get very close. But this one was pretty significant. But my boy in the GTR. Let's go.
Here we go. Darren Baker, former ESDA champion, XE Rousey with the door. I just noticed what he did. It's not showing up on the stream, but I made fun of him opening and closing his doors on the last one, and he has get in nerd on the passenger door now, on the inside. Darren Baker in the chase. Darius Ostraka, family member of a driver we've already seen, whose name I couldn't look up in time in the E30, trying to make up for that knockout, avenge the family name. Pulling away a little bit is Ostraka in the S15, but Darren, again, former ESDA champion, ESDA regular, XE Rousey, doing their best to not let that red S15 pull away in the GTR. Little bit of a bobble there from the lead car, but Darren doing a good job to be able to compensate and get right back onto the door. Very, very close proximity from Chase. Ooh, maybe a difference in line there. Yep, definitely a difference in line. Darren went wide a little bit too early. So I think both these guys are probably sitting on tiny little crummy mistakes.
Yeah, for context, by the way, I used to do a little bit of amateur drift competition in Forza with the GTR, so I'm very excited to see it in competition. The wide big boy. And I just love those doors. But getting my biases out of the way, though, that was a fantastic run from both drivers. Darren not quite maintaining the proximity all the way through, kind of a push and pull sort of thing. But both drivers definitely getting a lot of that outer zone. And then you can see heading into the final corner here, transitioning across the bumper. Across the rear bumper is Darren on Darius, and just a little bit of a difference in line throughout that final corner. The judges are going to have to look at that and see who was at fault for taking a different line.
Darren Baker, part of the Irish Army that was here today, the Irish Collective. Very, very strong Irish presence
Irish
here. But
hive mind.
yes. And but Ostraka again trying to make up for the knockout of their I would assume their brother Martinez earlier in the event. Good job so far from Darius in the chase. Darren looking solid in the lead. Very smooth advantage of that bigger, more robust chassis of that GTR. But Darius trying to show why it is the S15 show here in ESDA right on the door. I'd like to see him a little bit closer. Just inch forward, inch forward, inch forward. Good transition, though, right across the bumper. Now here's a really good opportunity for the chase car to attack Darius. Again, just trying to get there. And you do see that proximity, and it is, got real close across the line. It sounds silly to say, like, they weren't close. They weren't close, but how close they actually were. But this is sim drifting. This is ESDA. If you're not leaving paint on the other guy's door, you can get closer.
Yeah, that is one thing that makes ESDA and other virtual drifting esports so much different from real drifting. Because in real drifting, you have actual physical car parts to worry about. You know, if you get too close, that's maybe a tie rod or whatever. But in Assetto Corsa, you can get as close as you want, and if you bang up your car, it's just like, no, I'll just reset it. So the determination for how close you really get is completely different. The standards are completely different. And here, it's really no exception. You're seeing these cars get very, very close, but as we've seen before, we've seen cars get even closer than that. And one other thing I want to point out as well is Darren Baker in that big GTR, I think it was in turn 3, he just backs the rear end of that car up right to the wall and just stays magnetized to it. Much like he does in turn 2 here, coming out of turn 2 and then transitioning over, Darius transitioning across the bumper, but you can see Darren just pouring on the angle to stay on that wall and doing a fantastic job there. And now we do have a judging call.
And that is going to be
Cisco.
Darren. That's so sick. Open the doors, Darren. I know you can hear me. Celebrate your win, buddy. Darren Baker getting the win, moving on into your top 60. There, yeah, he did the thing. I love that. That's so good. Darren Baker going to be getting the win. Unfortunately for Darius Ostrika, not being able to get that Motor Love team any further in competition. Great showing from Darius, but unfortunately it just was not enough. As Charlie Weaver, again, I told you we'd see you again today, but you have any insight for us?
Yeah, so during those 2 runs, we felt that Darren had the better of both. And also in Darius's lead, he had a little bit of a straighten coming into the last power alley, and he also had a pretty big tire drop coming into outside clip 6. And also coming into outside clip 7, he was a little bit off of it, and Darren did the better of both, filling all the clips both in his lead and the chase. So
right,
we deem that Darren gets the win, or aka XE Rousey.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
So it's pretty much just as Keenan mentioned. Both cars were on a different line, and it was determined that Darius was the one who was on that different line on the first run. Is that correct?
Yeah, Darius was he was on the line, but he wasn't fulfilling the clips to the best of his ability. Darren did a better of both, and both his lead and chase.
All right. Thank you very much for that call. Charlie Weaver, thank you very much for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Charlie Weaver, of course, as we mentioned before, one of the judges for ESDA. As we head on to the next run between William Holloway and Nico Stelia.
Nico Stelia and William Holloway. Stelia in the chase. Stelia in the lead, Holloway giving chase. Stelia again, 11 years old, ladies and gentlemen, whipping that 180SX around. Nice and smooth, did a great job last round in Long Beach. William Holloway in the chase. What is love? Trying to get also the love of that door. Just inconsistent angle right now. Is Holloway in the chase? I'm not sure if that's down a little bit of jittery connections or what. We'll look into that in a bit. But Stelia looking nice and smooth and set. This man doesn't look like he's 11. He looks like he has 11 years of experience. He's 8. He's not even 11. He's 8.
What?
Man, I was surviving on nothing but cartoons and boogers when I was 8. This is not fair. I'm upset.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
Oh yeah, you didn't do that,
okay.
by the way. That's confirmed.
Here's the thing. I knew that there was somebody who was very, very young on the roster. I was already aware of this. What my question is,
actual baby,
is how do you feel the contact of the car behind you, know that he's right on your bumper, and at 8 years old think, nah, not a problem. I'm just going to focus on my run.
It's not like he's 8. It's like he has 8 years of experience.
I know. Like that is what is so striking to me. He has an incredible amount of experience behind that wheel, and he's only 8 years old. That's incredible. What in the world?
Incredible experience over the wheel. He can barely see over. Shout out to mom and dad. I'm sure that are watching in Twitch chat. Nico Stelia right on the door here right now of William Holloway. Holloway trying to run for his life right now in that lead position. Definitely some mistakes in the chase. Need to see everything we can from Holloway in the lead as Stelia right on the door of William Holloway. Again, getting aggressive, but not overly aggressive. Still wants to be able to get this win. Very smart driving from this young up and comer, this young driver who's here and showing us why he's here. A little bit of separation there, but I'm not sure if that's down to Holloway's line. Oh, mistake from Holloway. Over rotation there. Unfortunately, we're going to have a little Keith. But we're gonna have to see what happened with how that separation got caused. But unfortunately for Holloway, over rotation and all of that gap was gone.
Not your mailman official in chat saying, I'm 3 times this kid's age and I can't even drive this well. I feel your pain. I'm 27 years old and I can't, like, not even on CarX could I imagine driving as well as this kid. This is incredible. Nico just, like you said, like, he's the age of somebody who'd be an up-and-comer in sim drifting, and yet here he is in the Pro Series, like in an Assetto Corsa. Yeah, not even. Like,
no, these kids his age are too busy playing Fortnite and Legos right now. This kid's nuts. Yeah. I don't even like using the word kid because he's not driving like a child.
Massive respect to Nico because he could be playing anything else, and he's putting his time and effort in simulation drifting. And like, I can imagine this kid's going to be going to, you know, any professional drift series, you know, like Formula D or like Formula Drift or what's the other one in Japan? I can't remember.
D1 Grand Prix,
that's
Drift
the one.
Japan,
D1G.
Drift Masters in Europe.
You pick and choose. Pick and choose.
A little bit more competitive than the other.
I mean, you just pick and choose, and I guarantee you he's going to have a ride in there by the time he's 16 or something. Like, incredible talent behind the wheel. But that's not to take away from William Holloway. He was also doing a great job in the first one, applying pressure, constantly making contact. And, you know, both drivers doing a fantastic job here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Nico Stelia, the prodigy from Spain, getting the win over William Holloway. That's, man, with the way Nico's been driving. Again, I forget who said it in Twitch chat. I believe it was one of our ESDA pros, Josh Hartshorn. Scary. Is not in a bad way. It's just scary. The amount of talent that this driver has is significant, and he's going to need all of it going up against Darren Baker. However, to get there, we have to go through our final top 16 battle of the day, our final 2 top 16 battles of the day. Connor Christensen going up against Josh McGleenan. Quick shout out, it's McGleenan's birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Josh. Get a happy birthday, Josh, in the Twitch chat if you're anywhere near your keyboard. Connor Christensen, never really got to see him stretch his legs in the last one, just in contact with his teammate. So let's see. Yeah, again, shout out to Nirvana, unfortunately. Just bowing out of competition a little bit earlier. We'll see them back in round number 3.
This is your birthday song. It's not very long. Hey.
Never heard that before. But ladies and gentlemen, in the lead position is Josh McGleenan, the birthday boy, getting chased by Connor Christensen representing OTM. OTM versus UCXT, 2 sides of the same coin. Strong lead run so far. Screaming is the engine from Josh McGleenan, trying to get away from Connor Christensen. Connor saying, excuse me, sir, let me introduce you to On the Mountain. We're going downhill. This is where we belong. But Josh McGleenan getting that wall again. He is not scared of a little bit of concrete, ladies and gentlemen. Connor, however, just right there, right in the pocket, doing everything that he needs to do to mirror that lead run. Nice and smooth angle from the lead. Maybe a little bit of a sink from Connor in line there, going up again, across the line as we go, Strix, but that's really the only thing I saw that was incorrect at all.
Yeah, that was a great run from both drivers. Of course, Josh McGleenan consistently nailing that wall in the same place, with the same speed, with the same angle, almost like he's doing it on purpose. And then heading into turn 2 here, we're going to see Connor catch way up from way behind and get right on that door, transitioning. And here's where we're going to see that contact. Connor able to make up some of that distance because of it, because you're going to be shedding a little bit of speed, just a couple miles an hour. And that is going to be enough to let Connor check up here. And right there, Connor surged forward by quite a lot. So the proximity is a little bit inconsistent compared to what we'd want, but you know, both drivers definitely putting it all on the line here.
McGleenan chasing now, Connor Christensen in the lead. Both these guys from teams that are really known for their street car drive and trying to prove they can make it in the competition scene here. McGleenan trying to just, big from Christensen. Christensen completely straightening out. That is a 0. The run is over, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of this is just for you. I'm just getting a little bit too much. We talked about it in the top of our broadcast, Strix. Just You got to be very, very careful with the speed you bring into these corners because those are the consequences, especially in those two outer zones.
Yeah, as I have mentioned before, and I keep mentioning it because it is so important to this track, consistency and commitment are what is going to make or break your run. You're gonna need the consistency that allows you to commit to every corner, getting as close to the end of those outer zones as possible. And it's entirely too easy to overcommit. I am honestly surprised that we haven't seen more of these kinds of incidents, but these drivers in ESDA have been incredibly good. And you know, I'm honestly shocked because I don't think I'd even be able to make it through the first turn, considering how hard that initiation is into that corner. But you know, you hate to see it, but the judges, of course, making a quick decision of this.
Yeah, that is going to be a Josh McGleenan win. McGleenan gets the win using the birthday energy. I'm sure he'd like to start the party a little bit early tonight. Again, shout out to Josh McGleenan. Happy birthday, brother. Shout out to all of team UCXT. Again, coming over from mostly known for their Forza Horizon exploits, their streetcar stuff. It's been really cool to see them kind of moving over and not really moving over, but like dabbling into the sim world and coming out here and getting some results. So congrats to UCXT. Congrats to McGleenan. And, check out UCXT on Instagram, I believe. I'm not sure what the Instagram handle is, but they're always posting some great content there. But next battle, Darren Baker. This is very much a battle of, I don't even want to say that Stelia is a rookie, but Darren Baker, ESDA veteran, won championships, won events, has writing in the door. Funny joke. This is not his first rodeo. Stelia, this is Stelia's second round in ESDA, but proving already the amount of talent that this young driver has against the experience of Darren Baker. This is going to be an absolute barn burner. Nico, I think, under the impression that he should be following, but no, significantly outqualified Baker. Baker qualifying 27th versus Stelia's 11th. That is just how close the competition here is, ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready to go here from our side, but they're both kind of not pulled up all the way to the line. Let's just see if they go from here. And they're going to go for it. Oh, no. That is that veteran experience right there. As soon as Baker was like, hey, wait a minute. Why am I sideways or both 5 feet away from the line? So Baker actually doing the intelligent job there. We do have a reset line. It is going to be that first of two blue lines you'll see coming over the crest here. But Baker deciding didn't get a good jump. He's going to be able to take that reset. Very, very smart. Stelia in that lead position now. And here we go. Stelia in the lead. Baker giving chase. Winner moves to the grade 8. Nice and smooth from Stelia, but it's going to open for Baker to put down one of his, I want to say, signature chases that we've known him for through all of our years in ESDA. But Stelia is not phased. The amount of testosterone in this man's body right now, just keeping that carve smooth. At lockstep, a little bit of a bobble there from Baker in the chase, actually. Just kind of mistiming his transition a little bit. Not too much of a deduction, but right back on the door once again of that lead carve. Stelia, Baker at his finest right now.
Man, both cars doing a fantastic job getting to angle and sticking it there. There was a couple times where I thought Darren, in transition across the bumper of Nico, I thought that there was going to be contact, but there never was. It was so close. Darren really good at getting those close transitions, but Nico, of course, unfazed, as I mentioned before, just able to focus forward and keep his focus away from the rear view mirror, doing a fantastic job coming through the bottom end of the run here, heading into the final corner, getting a decent amount of angle, a little bit of a bobble, but managing to keep it together without letting the front end washing out. And now they're going to switch places.
Stelia in the chase right now. If anyone knows where the hookup is on a Nico Stelia t-shirt, I'm going to need you to jump in my DMs. But the Machine versus the Prodigy here. Baker versus Stelia. Still one tire off, keeping the car going. That is not a 0, ladies and gentlemen. It's still all to play for here. Stelia, though, with a major mistake. Unfortunately, not getting any of this outer zone, riding the white line instead of being in the box. Baker putting down a great, solid lead run, but we've seen Baker make mistakes in the lead run before. This run is not over. Bit of an over-rotation there from Stelia. Doing a great job to be able to make back for it, but not consistent and smooth angle that we saw from Stelia's chase. Baker, again, big flick going into the last corner. Is this all she wrote for Nico Stelia?
Whoa.
Going up against Darren Baker. Baker with a robotic lead run. One tire might decide this battle.
I gotta say, though, the fact that Nico dropped that tire, like, you can see the proximity open up on run 2. You can see that proximity open right up. And we've been seeing people have trouble catching back up all day, and yet there it is. Just before the end of the next corner, he's right there transitioning across the bumper, not phased at all. As we mentioned before, this is the kind of driving style you would expect from an experienced veteran, somebody who's familiar with this kind of thing, and it just seems Nico has already been there.
Excellent job from Nico. Again, really good heads-up driving. I like a driver. Obviously, we all make mistakes, but I really like when drivers kind of clean up their mistakes and do the best with what they've got. And I mean, Nico had to take some sacrifices there in his line to be able to catch up. Unfortunately for that mistake. I was joking about the t-shirt thing, by the way, and there's actually Nico Stelia t-shirts. That was a joke, but apparently someone else already thought of it. Yeah, the poise, the composure, and the maturity of that driver is something that I'm going to be excited to see again when we see him in round 3. For sure, we'll be seeing them in round 3. However, you see an old Irish battle here. Josh McGleenan, Darren Baker, the Pride of Ireland here. Let's see, one of them will be making it into the top 4 to go up against Ferreira. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We'll have Brazil, USA, Ireland. But what flavor of Ireland are we going to get? Are we getting Baker? Are we getting McGleenan, the birthday boy? Oh, maybe right into the wall right away. Shades of D1 GP and Saito's crash, just right into the wall. Baker nowhere to go. That's
Producer Cisco.
That'll take the wind right out of your sail, man.
Yeah, Producer Cisco wasn't able to even click replay before it started happening. No, I mean, it was already happening by the time you clicked. But you can definitely see, just a little too much flick heading the other opposite direction, and then just ended up in that wall. That's just, that has gotta hurt. You're in the Great 8 trying to make your advancement, and that's tough.
I'm looking
so
for
tough.
maybe like any sort of contact, if it was just a complete misjudge. That's heartbreaking, I think, is the only way to and it happens. A lot of people are like, oh, this is a silly mistake, but I mean, the amount of times that this kind of stuff happens in practice is just, you don't end up seeing it when the things get ironed out. But just a little unfortunate, but there's still another run. Again, we've seen Baker make mistakes before. It's not like Baker is this robotic alien that can't be beat. They got beat in Long Beach. We've seen Baker make mistakes at Long Beach to be able to get lost or to be able to lose. So it is not over for McGleenan. Ladies and gentlemen, watch this chase run. McGleenan needs to force a mistake right here, right now. Big flick into the first zone. Baker, I believe, should just be putting down a safe lead run. Nothing crazy, but McGleenan needs to have the chase of his life right now. Not quite getting it. Getting the proximity. Just want to see a little bit more angle from that RPS 13 to chase. Big aggressive flicks. Big aggressive transitions. But right on the door of Darren Baker. Not quite getting the transition there they were looking for, but using that opportunity to dive right in. One tire drop doesn't matter. 0 for nothing here. And McGleenan, if that's how they're going out swinging.
Yeah, that was a fantastic showing, and you love to see it as well. Some of these drivers, they make a big mistake like that, and any other driver like myself, any other amateur, we'd get completely just bogged in our own thoughts. But Josh able to clear his mind and just focus up on the next run, and basically just at this point crossing his fingers for a big mistake from Baker. Unfortunately, at this level, you really got to be crossing every single finger you got together. And Baker able to pull on a safe run, a very nice run as well. But yeah, that'll be Darren getting the W.
Yeah, and that is going to solidify our Final Four, ladies and gentlemen. There's a ton of storylines here in this Final Four. The 4 names we have for you: Zach O'Sullivan, Caio Fonseca, Darren Baker, and Augusto Ferreira. 2 Brazilians, an American, and an Irishman. 2 ESDA veterans in O'Sullivan and Baker, and 2 relative newcomers to ESDA, but not new to Assetto, not new to competitive drifting. This, when both are on either side of the bracket, we could get an all-Brazil final here from Megaspace in Brazil. But before we do that, we got to get a little bit of a commercial break. You already know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. One of our last breaks of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking with us. Our Final Four is coming up next after this word from our sponsors. But this round of Formula Drift not Formula Drift, what am I talking about? This round of Esports Drift Association is brought to you by the Big Duck Club, stepping up in a big way, being our title sponsor for this season. Whether you're using their parts in your next drift car, time attack, monster, drag machine, or street or show car, Big Duck Club will exceed your expectations for your next project. Visit BigDuckClub.com for more. Nexen Tire, one of the leading tire manufacturers in drift competition around the world. From race to street, Nexen has a tire for you. Nexen Tire, we've got you. Check them out on any one of your local retailers. NRG Innovations, from hubs, wheels, shift knobs, and more. NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing, NRG continues to innovate. Get NRG.com for more. That's GetNRG.com for more. Next Level Racing is the world's leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for your next racing or flight sim edition, cockpit, or accessories, check out nextlevelracing.com. Vosan, the leading source for competitive drift content across the Assetto Corsa platform. Want any of the tracks that you've seen today or throughout the SDA season? Please head over to Vosan, VOSAN.co. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more break. Grab a snack, grab a drink, because this last set of battles is everything to play for. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We will be back in just one moment.
You know what? I'm not sure who's spinning right now, but I know we got another DJ going on in like 10 minutes or something. And hey, people, do the guy a favor, would you? Try not to bump his tables. Last time we did this, someone stole the DJ's needles too. So come on, show the dude some respect today.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
So, let me make an announcement here. So, we try to run safe events. It's taken us a long time to get permission to be here, and they're still looking for an excuse to shut us down. So, try not to give them one, okay? Don't go getting all crazy nutballs in the parking lot either. Last event, some dude got locked up in the clink. I don't know, is he still in there? I don't know. Regardless, keep it on track, people. Thanks, guys.
Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew, restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control.
Oh, hey, safety announcement. Doo-doo-doo-doo. For the people right there in front, get out of the way. If you could, please make room for the tow truck down there. Our next race wouldn't get started until the mess on the track is totally taken care of. They gotta get through, so make a little room, alright? Thanks a lot.
Feel the thunder shake the open ground. Won't give in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESDA round number 2 here from Megaspace in Brazil. My name is Keenan Kuz, and joined me by Strix Pulsatrix and Cisco's Carmenza. Sorry for the long break. I was taking a poop. But we have something interesting for you here. This is not part of your bracket competition today. This is a celebrity battle. This is going to be Josh McGleenan with arguably some of the most fun runs we've seen today, going up against Andrew K. It doesn't say. Okay, Andrew, also known as Evil Rabbit. Evil Rabbit on YouTube. Go check them out. Fairly large YouTuber jumping into ESA, trying to toss their hat in. And we're gonna just be sending this as a little exhibition run to get your throats moist here before we jump into competition. But here we are, little exhibition battle, ladies and gentlemen. Ignore that semifinals thing. And here we go. McGleenan in the lead. Evil Rabbit in the chase. Not sure what makes the rabbit so evil. That's intimidating. And that NRG GTR. Great entry from McGleenan. Evil Rabbit trying to do something with it, but just not having the proximity. A little bit of bobble well as well on T number 1. Going to go way shallow here on this outer zone to try to gain some proximity. McGleenan doing the dirt track, just bouncing off the wall like we've been seeing him do all day, but Evil Rabbit just cannot get to this lead car of Josh McGleenan, trying everything he can to gain some proximity for those of you watching at home. Big dive here into the final corner. Again, just the GTR, convertible GTR, by the way, just can't do anything with it. McGleenan, strong lead run, showing why they were a solid top 8 competitor.
Oh my God. Did you see the flames getting spat out of the exhaust on the hood?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my word. That is the beastliest GTR I've ever seen in my life. That is incredible. As you can see, though, Evil Rabbit trying to catch up to Josh McGleenan here, trying to maintain proximity, giving it a little bit of space here. Flames just firing out of the hood. Not quite getting the angle that he wanted through that corner there, but heading into the penultimate corner. Got to make up a lot of distance, and he's definitely working on it. And then heading into the final corner, transitioning into it, Josh McGleenan getting right close to that wall on transition as he's been doing all day. And Evil Rabbit, of course, they're in the picture. Would have been interesting to see him in regular competition, but now we're going to swap sides and see where we go from here.
McGleenan in chase now. Evil Rabbit in the lead without the pressures of having to chase a car. We'll be able to see what he can do. Big, very fluid flick entry. One tire off. Is he able to bring it back? Yes. Yes. Keeps it from zeroing. Keeps it off the wall. That door wide open for McGleenan, though, in the chase position. Right onto the door of Evil Rabbit, getting as close as he can without getting a little bit too wacky. I expect we see McGleenan get a little bit aggressive. Oh, and another a bit more significant of a wall hit from Evil Rabbit in the lead. Huge gap now opened up. McGleenan going to take the opportunity to go a little bit shallow and really charge in right onto the door of Evil Rabbit across the line. It's going to come down to that contact and whether the judges view that as a contact of where did McGleenan slow up? Did Evil Rabbit gain an advantage from that? We'll see what happens here, but it's going to come down to that, I think.
You know, I'm going to be full honest here. All right, I'm going to be completely honest here. I was not sure what I was going to expect from Evil Rabbit. You know, celebrity battle kind of thing. I figured, he's going to throw it in or whatever. But that was actually pretty good. That was actually really good there with that wall tap. A really aggressive wall tap as well. Of course, the judges coming in with their judgment call here.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is, or for Evil Rabbit, that is going to be a McGleenan win, ending the comp before his birthday on a high note. I think the only mistake we really saw from McGleenan was going super shallow to be able to gain up on Evil Rabbit, but not to take too much away from Evil Rabbit. You know, as out of all the YouTubers that I know and have watched at least a little bit, that do Assetto Corsa drifting, that was probably one of the more solid runs that I could have expected. But thank you for coming out, Mr. Rabbit. It's not so dumb. Thank you for coming out, and I hopefully we'll be able to see them qualify and compete in tournament. But now, ladies and gentlemen, our final four, our first battle on deck for you: USA versus Brazil. our points leader, VDC Rookie of the Year, and Long Beach winner, Zach O'Sullivan, going to be going up against Caio Fonseca. Fonseca with one of the more exciting runs through the bracket to get them this far. It is going to be O'Sullivan, Fonseca, winner moving into your finals. Loser be battling for third place. Here we go. In the lead position is Zach playing a little bit loose with that wall, but getting right back on it just in the nick of time. I'm not sure if he dropped one tire off on Fonseca. Not phased from it. Right on the door of O'Sullivan, putting that pressure in, going a little bit shallower, just to be able to get a little bit more proximity. Really smart driver from Fonseca. O'Sullivan with the big stylish flicks up in the lead position, putting that car everywhere he wants to put it. Dropping back is a little bit of Fonseca, but right back in the pocket of O'Sullivan is Caio Fonseca. Not wasting any time here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in your final four.
Oh my god. There were multiple points in time where I thought, Caio, you're too close. There's no way. And this dude has the instinct to know how to slow up, where to slow up without losing ground. I thought for sure the dude was gonna wreck, and he never does. He's just right on the door every single time. That is incredible. And really, those kinds of runs are only really producible when your lead driver is as good and consistent as he is. And Zach O'Sullivan, of course, our points leader in the championship right now, having won the previous round, is one of those drivers. And Caio able to take advantage, get right on the door.
Yeah, Zach O'Sullivan, since he's switched over to Assetto Corsa, is just a completely different beast, but in the lead position now, Caio Fonseca, one of the more exciting runs, as we said, through the bracket today, but Zach is not phased whatsoever. He goes, you can get close, and so can I, my friend. Little taps of the brakes from that purple NRG, just slide at S15, trying to get on the door of the Inertia Scuco S15 in the lead position, doing the same exact thing that Fonseca did in their chase run, just going a little bit shallow, still getting the zone, but using it all for the purpose of proximity. Right there, I don't want to even say on the door. They're in the door skins of each other. They're trading paint. There's a little bit of a tap there as well as Fonseca's going to go a little bit wide. Good God, boys, they want this. The amount of emotion in this final or in this semifinal right now is palpable.
What do you even say? That's the most perfect combination of runs I've seen. Like, I can't parse it. I can't tell you where the mistakes are.
This is
I can't tell you who's ahead or behind. This might go OMT. I have no idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, please continue.
No, I just, I'm struggling to come up with something to say, but it's like, this has been the most perfect pair of runs I've ever seen. Like, this track demands consistency and commitment, and both of these drivers are on it every single time.
Fonseca looking a little bit wavery when they started off, and as soon as they went up against Zalewski, completely different beast. Like, Fonseca is in the zone. But again, just to compliment Zach's progression, we had Zach in ESDA for a ton of seasons, and he was always there, but just couldn't really get the job done at the end of the day. Last season, he competed in of ESDA. Obviously, that was incorrect. So, Zach moving over to a different platform and really taking that skill that he had built.
We have a call.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner. And it's close. By fault of that second run in the lead car of Caio Fonseca going a little bit wide of that last inside clip, there was no contact. Zach O'Sullivan is going to be in your second final in 2 events. Zach O'Sullivan getting the win. Charlie Weaver joining us here in the broadcast booth. Charlie, I think I know why, but let's hear it from you.
All right, so that was an amazing battle. It was very little mistakes across the board, both lead and chase. But what it came down to was Fonseca, in his lead, he missed the last inside clip. That's literally what it came down to. Everything else was almost picture perfect. Everyone, they both did exactly what they were supposed to do in lead-in chase. But since Fonseca missed that last inside clip, that's it gave the advantage towards Zach.
So can I ask you a question here, Charlie, real quick, while we have you here? If it wasn't for that inside clip, would that have gone OMT?
Yes, that would have been an OMT, because they were literally mirroring each other shot for shot. Both.
Yeah. Wow,
So,
thank you very much, Charlie. That was definitely a very difficult call to make, but unfortunately, Caio Fonseca driving the nuts off that car, and unfortunately just not being enough to get into the finals, but what a fantastic showing from him.
Yeah, that is not the end of Fonseca. We're going to be able to see Fonseca in the battle for third place, but to see who goes up against Zach O'Sullivan. Are we going to have an ESDA reunion of Darren Baker versus Zach O'Sullivan, or is the hope for a winner from Brazil at Brazil still on the cards? Ladies and gentlemen, Ferreira in the lead in the S15, giving chase Darren Baker from Ireland in the R35. Big entry from both. Very, very fluid angle in the lead position, but that is going to open the door for Darren Baker to be able to get right into the door of that lead car of Augusto Ferreira. Both going in with so much speed. They were both on the wall. I've not seen a chase car hit the wide line as fluidly as anybody today. Baker right there on the rear quarter panel of the lead car, Ferreira putting down a hell of a lead run, but Baker qualified 27th, I will mind you, right on the door of that S15, maybe a little bit closer there, coming across the line, but the second half through that Strix was just the proximity, the line, the commitment from both. This is a final battle.
Wow. I was expecting things to go wrong multiple times in that run, and both drivers just another Sunday drive. You can see coming out of the final corner, lots of speed gathering up for the second corner. Look how close they get to. I thought for sure there was contact somewhere in that wall going to happen, and it never did. Right about as close as you can get, and then heading into the third corner, Darren just a little bit of a washout in the front end, but manages to gather it up. Minor contact against Augusto, but not so significant that it ruins the run. But it's definitely going to be a mistake that the judges look at. We could see that Darren might be at a minor disadvantage here, and he's going to have to throw down the run of a lifetime to make it back up.
Yeah, it's still very, very close. This still could be anyone's game here. Augusto Ferreira against Darren Baker, crossing over that center line there just a little bit. Maybe a tire off for Baker. Gonna have to look back at that at initiation, as going down the hill now, all of this elevation change, all of these banked corners, Ferreira really having to sacrifice a little bit of line there, but Darren Baker in the lead, that gooseneck wing and that R35 GTR phasing through the wall. He is so close with his rear bumper, but Ferreira again just doing everything they can to be able to gain proximity on that GTR, who it looks like just has speed at command in that car. Right foot down, cargo whoosh, as across the line they go.
Man, they make it look so easy. Like, everybody's been making this look so easy all day, but this one is no exception to that. Both drivers doing a fantastic job here. You see Darren maybe just barely getting away with that one on the initiation, keeping a tire on track, maybe being right on the edge. Of course, transitioning into turn 2 here, getting across the wall. Augusto not letting him go all run. Well, I say that. Forgotten about turn 3 or 4 there. I think it's turn 3. Augusto falling a little bit behind. And this is going to be important right here as we watch Darren and Augusto come up to that inner clip on run 2. Did they miss it? Did they hit enough of it? We're going to have to see what the judges think on that, but I feel like that's going to be a pretty critical move.
Yeah, just watching back, I don't think Baker dropped a tire. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. It will be an all-Brazil fight for third place, because Darren Baker is going up against his old friend, Zach O'Sullivan. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. The more things change, the more things stay the same. Two ESDA veterans, been around since day one, are both going to be competing in your finals. But to get there, we need to decide who comes into third place. Will it be Caio Fonseca or Augusto Ferreira, both from Escuco Drift, both from Brazil, both wanting to show up for their countrymen who have been nothing but supportive in the Twitch chat all day long. Let's see who takes home the bronze medal, ladies and gentlemen. We might see if we can get a judge clarification from the judges on that last run. I got to imagine it came down to the second half of the chase of just a little bit of straight lining, not quite getting the proximity. Darren with consistent proximity all through his chase. But we'll see if we can grab a judge here. Just as clarification.
In the meantime, by the way, thank you everybody for following, and thank you everybody who subscribed today. We really do appreciate it. But here in the booth, we got Harold McKinney, one of the judges, as well as the organizer for ESDA. So, Harold, could you explain to us the judging call for the last run between Darren and Augusto?
Yes. Coming for the first run, everything pretty much looked spot on for both drivers. There was a little bit of a hiccup on that second wall for Augusto. It was nothing too major, but it gave him a little bit of fault. But besides that, it was looking pretty spot on for both drivers. Followed the following run. There was a little bit of proximity going into that second wall on that portion of the run as well, which had to go to try to make a little bit of catch up right there. And that's kind of what decided for me, and for my part, decided the battle to give it to Darren. So overall, it went down to a Darren Becker overall win.
All right, I can see that. Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation, Harold McKinney, of course, the organizer for ESDA and one of our judges here as well. And right here, right in front of you, third place battle, and this is not one of those things. This is not one of those things where it's the first losers or anything like that. These two have been balling out.
Both these drivers trying to represent for their home country and their home track. That is going to be Ferreira in the lead, Fonseca giving chase. Almost identical cars. The only difference really is that rear bumper, a little bit of a wavery transition there from Fonseca, not getting all of that outer zone. Ferreira has looked very, very strong in the leads today, almost into the walls, Ferreira, but Fonseca follows him in, both putting some of the Nexen Tire rubber onto that outer wall. Getting very, very close in transition and going up against the slower last hairpin turn. And across the line, side by side, ladies and gentlemen, they're leaving it all on the track for you guys.
Man, that was feisty, a little bit messy there. I think it might be possible that Caio's just a little bit flustered from losing that match, but heading into turn one, we see Fonseca just being a little bit too shallow from what we'd like to see there, but getting right on the door. You can see a little bit of contact made between both drivers. Heading into turn two, Caio once again shallow. We haven't seen this from him ever since that one monumental run earlier today. And heading on to the third corner, though, he cleans it up, gets right up against the wall, doing a fantastic job trying to maintain that proximity, and of course finishing it off in style. Both these drivers have been incredibly talented all day. Fonseca making a few mistakes in the chase, but let's re-rack them, switch them up, and see how we go here.
The Battle of Brazil rages on. Ferreira in the chase, Fonseca in the lead. Great entry from Fonseca. Ferreira giving a little bit of gap, but gonna close it up almost at will. Transitioning into the first of our two wall rides here at Megaspace in Brazil. Again, getting all of that door. Maybe a little bit of contact there. Slowing up a little bit is Ferreira. Awkward transition there for Ferreira. Just maybe looking to get like a little bit too aggressive, too late in that run going down to the corner. But one more long transition here as we go into the last corner. A bit of gap opening as I say that. Ferreira, again, just at will, putting that right foot down, right onto the door of the lead car of Fonseca and across the line. You're a real comedian, Cisco. You're real funny.
Producer Cisco saying the S15 won that. No, you think?
I think it was the guy from Brazil may have won it.
No, you think? I think it's the guy from Ireland.
I think it was the Cisco driver personally.
Nah, but Augusto and Kaio throwing down hard for third place. These drivers have launched themselves into the final four, fought hard in order to get to here. And both drivers have put up a performance that you could totally expect, like throughout the entirety of the day. They put up incredible consistency and commitment, showed a lot of tenacity behind the wheel, and these drivers really could have taken it. I can totally see either of these drivers making it to first place, but unfortunately today it's not quite going to work out in their favor here at Megaspace Brazil. But still, third place, that's a lot of points to make up in that championship as they hunt down Zach O'Sullivan, currently at the top.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner, but we announced the winner of third place in our podium presentation presented by Podium Esports. So we do have a winner of that battle for you, but unfortunately, like a good pie, you're going to have to wait a little bit. But we have our winner. Can Zach go 2 in a row, or can Baker make up for in Baker's skill level an abysmal round number 1 at Long Beach and come out with a win in round number 2? We'll have to see. Nissan versus Nissan, GTR versus Sylvia, USA versus Ireland.
And the thing is, these two drivers are not unfamiliar with each other. Both drivers coming from ESDA as it existed on Forza, both having competitions and multiple competition runs going against each other. And here it is no exception. Here on Assetto Corsa, both drivers very familiar, very competitive with each other, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Mystified versus Rousey. Darren Baker versus Zach O'Sullivan. Both have completely transformed their driving. Who will it favor? Who will be getting the win today at Megaspace? Initiation into turn number 1. Big angle from Zach O'Sullivan. Darren Baker in the chase position. Right there on the door, not trying to leave it to chance. Zach, we've known, number 1 qualifier as well, trying to make it a perfect weekend here at Megaspace ESDA. Both cars shooting flames here going into the last second wall ride zone. Big, long drive from that second zone to the third zone here. Again, just transitioning right across the bumper of the S15 is Darren Baker. Zach showing why he was number 1 qualifier, but Darren Baker saying, hey, buddy, qualifying don't mean nothing now. It's the finals.
Man, Darren was right on the back bumper down the hill the whole way. I didn't see much of a fault from either of those drivers that you had pointed out in the broadcast there. Darren getting very close early on, staying right attached to that rear quarter panel of the S15. That R35 saying, nope, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Almost like oval racing, got a car and you're outside. Still outside. Still outside. Zach pulling a lot of angles through turn 3 and then heading into the final corner. It's more of the same, just getting very, very close, maintaining that proximity. Darren not going away, but Zach not being fazed by it at all. They are now up at the top of the hill, ready to descend once more, maybe for the final time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this could be your final round of the day. Let's make some noise in Twitch chat. Darren Baker in the lead position, R35, big angle in turn number 1. Zach almost making contact in the run up to the corner, but good job from both to be able to correct and get those cars going down the rest of the course. Darren Baker, all of that outer wall. Zach O'Sullivan had to sacrifice a little bit, and I mean a little bit, of proximity to that outer zone going into the second wall ride. Darren Baker wants to be sponsored by Liberty Walk, but trying to tear that wing off by getting all of those outer zones. Zach really having to make some sacrifices to his line to be able to get there, as we see it here, very, very shallow in comparison to Darren Baker in the lead. Did Zach just give the win to Darren? Did Darren just come back and win ESDA round 2?
Wow. This is going to be interesting because throughout the second run, whenever I was looking at Zach, I was making a mental note, just like shallow, a little bit shallow, a little bit shallow. I wish I would have wanted Zach to be a little bit deeper in the outer zones in quite a significant portion of this. You can see even here he's pretty shallow, not quite up against the wall as you'd like him to be. And that might be biting him in the butt here in the final battle of the day where it really matters most. Darren, of course, being super consistent throughout run 1 and 2. And Zach O'Sullivan, of course, nothing to shake a stick at, maintaining that proximity when he needed to, but just not... I don't know how the judges are going to see this with regards to those outer zones just not being filled like they might want it to.
Run 2, big screen. Judges looking into this. Again, the only kind of differences that I saw, Strix, run number 1, Darren Baker in the R35, dropped back a little bit, but never had to sacrifice line to gain it all back. Zach O'Sullivan, on the other hand, definitely had to sacrifice line to be able to gain that proximity back. As you can see him center punching one of those clipping points, missing some of these outer zones. That last outer zone, again, you want to end your run, especially a run this long. You really want to end it on a strong exclamation point. And a little bit shallow. Again, it's if this was a top 16 run, we wouldn't be sitting here and criticizing small mistakes. But this is for the win, especially from a driver who has basically, to my recollection, not really made a mistake all day. Darren Baker riding that momentum of being able to go through all the way through the bracket and getting the nerves out of the way. Rousey is scary when he gets this far in bracket, but so is Mystified, to be honest. This is still anyone's game.
Wow. Well, we're going to save this judgment call, but we do have one. We're going to save this for the podium presentation here real quick, but wow, an interesting call from the judges.
Yeah, we do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to get our 4 drivers lined up here. No, he came back. No.
And before we get to that, I just want to thank everybody in chat who was chatting and all of those who were lurking, just kind of watching. We appreciate you. We thank you very much for giving us the strong viewership we've been having all day. We really do appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for your subscriptions and for your follows. We do run more than just drifting here. We do oval content. We do road racing content. Podium does a lot of things here. And we hope to see you at the other broadcasts, but we especially appreciate you being here for ESDA. This is personally one of my favorite times of the year, or times of the month, is being able to do commentary or even just to show up and watch, because, the drivers are great. And it's great to know that you acknowledge the talent of these drivers. And big thanks as well to all the staff here at ESDA who put on a fantastic show and have been doing so for years now.
Again, welcome to your podium presentation presented by Podium Esports. Next drift event will be next Sunday, US Drift at Englishtown, New Jersey. That is US Drift next Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time at Englishtown, New Jersey. Can't wait to see you guys there. However, we do have some trophies to email off, I think. But we do have a winner in your All Brazil battle for third place. Was it Cal Fonseca or Augusto Ferreira? Your winner and third place winner is Augusto Ferreira in the Escuco Drift Family S15, getting the win. Your highest place Brazilian on the third step of the podium, but dominating that podium. Both these guys, again, third and fourth, not really representative of how they drove today. Excellent job from both drivers, but unfortunately not quite enough to make the final. But still, third place, great points day, and there will be many, many more rounds of ESD to come. However, your winner, ladies and gentlemen, down to the tiniest of mistakes, and we'll see if we can get a judging call in here just to explain it, but the more we've been talking about it, the more it's starting to make sense. Your winner, ESDA veteran, former Forza driver, in the Nissan. I have to do this joke every time. Zach O'Sullivan is going to be getting the win. Zach O'Sullivan getting the win. 2 in a row, ladies and gentlemen, and getting the absolute perfect weekend. Top qualifier and first place, but no slouch, is Darren Baker in second place, doing a great job to recover from last round in Long Beach. Won every battle but one, but unfortunately, the only battle he lost was the last one to your winner, JSI Mystified, or Zach O'Sullivan.
And of course, in the booth here, we have Harold McKinney. We just want a brief explanation into that finals battle between Darren Baker and Zach O'Sullivan. So what was it for you and your judges to determine the winner here?
It was really simple. Both runs was honestly, we couldn't really pick neither run apart. It came down to Darren's lead run on outside clip 6. He dropped the tire. That's what it came down to. It came down to that. It came, yeah. If on the stream here, it came down. It came down to that tire drop, and
yeah,
that's what decided it. If that tire drop wasn't dropped, it would have been OMT. It would have been across the board OMT. But it was a very slight win. Literally, it was barely to Zach.
Yeah, that's basically the same story as what happened with our third place battle. Just the slightest of tire drops, just the slightest of mistakes. But that is the narrow margin that you have to compete at the absolute toppest of the top level here at ESTA. Thank you very much, Harold McKinney, for coming in to explain it, and thank you very much for holding a fantastic event today.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to also put out there too, I'd also like to thank the drivers and also the viewers that watched today. I enjoyed judging. It was really great battles all across around. So thank you for the drivers for driving well today. So leave it to you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again to Harold. Great event, and we are here with your winner in the JSI NRG S15. Zach, it's welcome back.
Thanks, man.
I don't know what else to say.
Been here before.
Weekend. Yeah, it feels like it's been so long. P1 qualified first. Great run through the bracket. I mean, I would ask how you're feeling, but I think I already know. But anyway, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling ecstatic. I am very, very, very excited and happy. Mainly because today went very, very well, and I get to go to the racetrack tonight and watch some racing IRL. So it's a double win today, and I'm super, super excited that I was able to pull through today and grab another win. It's been too long, so need to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, man. Again, two up, 2 down for you. A bit of a different scenario. You were going against. I say different. You were going up against your teammate in the last round, and in this round, you're going up against here we go again with something we said a lot in the booth of Darren Baker. I just want to know how you were treating going into that final, and how you guys were, or how you were treating it mentally, just going up against someone you have so much experience driving with already.
Well, it's comforting going up into the finals against someone like that, and I believe it makes it easier because you know what to expect, especially with how much me and Darren practice and whatnot. And I mean, we've been driving together for a few years now, so. But yeah, it's about time we got back together on the finals and went at it since Forza, and we had a good time. It was fun. I was confident in his leads and everything, which made for me be able to put down nice chases on him, and he was doing phenomenal as well. And he just he's been doing really, really, really good lately, and striving to better himself as a driver and whatnot, and I respect that a lot. So he did really good today. Proud of him.
And one last question here for you before I give you the floor. This track's different. It's long, a lot of zones, very flowy. As a driver, again, as our top qualifier, as our winner, where was the pressure zones for you? Maybe where you were struggling with in practice, and how do you feel about the track, honestly, as a whole?
I think the track was more dominant towards flow and style and fluidity more than anything. And being able to maintain that even through a follow and a chase on another car speaks a lot about your run. But mainly just being able to fulfill a lot of the zones. There's a lot of long leading zones on this track, outside zones that carry on for a while. So being able to fill all the zones all the way out to the white line track edge as much as possible, as much as you can, and maintain fluidity and a good line through there with solid angle, is kind of what this track was calling for, and it made for a lot of fun battles and a lot of fun driving. I liked that style of driving more than trying to run away and play speed games and stuff. But this really brought out a nice style implement of tracks, and I liked it a lot. It was fun.
All right, man. Before we get you out of here to go have a couple brewskis and watch some race cars, floor is yours. Anyone you want to thank, any sponsors, people you support, now is your time.
Well, yeah, I want to thank obviously NRG. Thank you very much for backing me and everything I'm trying to do on here. Thank you for providing me with my products I need to get the job done and everything, such as my NRG sim wheel, which I used once again today and helped me carry home the win. And if you guys are looking for some high quality sim steering wheels and that and adapters and whatnot, check out NRG because they got what you need. And shout to JSI, my teammate Brandon Patrick and Nando and everyone from JSI. These guys always had my back. We've been doing this together for a little bit over 8 years now. And the ball's still rolling. We're still going strong. So shout out to all those dudes. And thank you to everyone at XE because everyone's super cool, down to have some fun, good battles, doesn't play any games, and it's always a good time. So thanks to all those people. I appreciate all of you.
All right, Zach, man. Have a good night. Have a couple beers for me, man.
Thank you, brother. You guys did a great job today. Thanks for the event.
We wanted to have second and third, but I think everyone cleared out already. Rousey, if you can hear me, get back in the Discord, please, and thank you. Augusto, if you can hear me,
I want to talk to you.
Get back in the Discord.
Your car is really cool.
We'll give them a minute or two to see if we get second and third place here. But just in the meantime, a lot of what Zach said was really resonant. Just a lot of, we called it in the early parts, and it's just nice to have some vindication from one of those guys that was out there. A lot of flowy, styly driving here today, and you saw it with a lot of big flicks, a lot of smooth wall rides. Like, it was a lot of really, really hard driving.
Rousey, gotta walk my gold.
Yeah. He doesn't talk much. He doesn't talk. I've interviewed him before. He's like, a car good, good people, diddly dee potatoes. Like, that's basically a Rousey interview. I'm upset he didn't win. I was gonna take a shot at Jameson because he's Irish. That was my whole plan. I might still do that. Chad's gonna have to talk me into it. But ladies and gentlemen, Long Beach was Long Beach, but on a track that I've never seen before personally. I think I've seen a little bit of clips here and there. On a track I've never seen before. Excellent stuff. Strix, your takeaways from today.
My takeaways for today are just, it doesn't really matter what you throw at our competitors. They are able to throw down. And like, this was a very long course, it was longer than I think any other course we have on schedule right now. And it's probably one of the more, as Zach mentioned, flowy, commitment-based tracks. So it was definitely requiring a lot of focus for our drivers, maintained over a long period of time. And yet our drivers were able to completely focus up, buckle down, and throw down at one of the most entertaining events I have seen ESDA put off, like, ever. Like, the driving was incredible. It was close the whole way through. We saw like a bunch of upsets with lower qualifying drivers managing to make it into the finals, like the final four. Like, it was incredible. You saw a big mix-up in that. And then, of course, you get Zach Sullivan getting the win, but only just barely by a minor mistake from Darren Baker. And overall, it was just a really entertaining watch. Really great job from all the drivers, from the organization for picking this track, because you could pick any others, and yet Megaspace happened to provide one of the dopest driving, like, watching experiences I've ever seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that is going to be the end of our broadcast today. But again, want to thank our partners here. Big Duck Club, again, thanks for stepping up and being a title sponsor for the season. Nexen Tire as well, jumping in a big way. NRG doing some giveaways to the winners here today. And Next Level as well, giving away some stuff. And Vosan for supporting all of our tracks, our cars, and really having a place where you guys be able to watch these tracks and go try them out for yourselves. I also want to give a big shout out to everybody behind the scenes here at Podium Esports. Again, you hear me, you hear Strix, you don't see Cisco Scaramuzza, who is absolutely working his tail off. This man works like 60, 80 hour weeks, and then this is what he does in his free time, and it's a passion project for him. He doesn't need to do any of this. He could just put on a broadcasting, but he's always trying to improve and make things better as a viewing experience for you guys, making sure that we get the wrong names for every car all the time, just so you have something to make fun of us for, because it wouldn't be the same. But yeah, Cisco, I know you can't say anything, but you can hear me. But another excellent broadcast, man, and thank you for killing it. And thank you guys for watching as well. This was probably the most viewers I think we've ever had for ESGA throughout the course of an entire event. But ladies and gentlemen, my name is Keenan Kuzin, and for Strix Pulsatrix and Francisco Scaramuzza, I'll learn. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you again here on Podium Esports next Sunday, and we will see you again next month in July for round number 3 of ESTA. Can't get the bottle open. There we go. Did you let the cameras hang that whole thing?